All right, all right, all right. All right. Thank y'all so much for being here. Appreciate y'all. Man, a little struggle with the setup, but we're all good. We're all good. Como están? Buenos dias. The beautiful bastards of colonization. We are here. All right. I appreciate y'all so much. If you haven't already, please hit the like, hit the notification bell if you want to know when I try to go live Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. We're trying to tighten up the intro. Not gonna lie, we're gonna try tighten that up a little bit. All right, let's see where we're at. I'm gonna try not to move too much of the settings in terms of the camera because I have it where I need it in terms of the zoom, not so much the angle, but the zoom for the video I've been recording, the fucking Grand Platinum video. We'll see. I'm gonna try my best. I don't celebrate Thanksgiving, so Thursday should be solid. Let me know if you want me to do a Thursday stream. If everybody's gonna be busy, not necessarily celebrating Thanksgiving, but just being around the family or taking the day off. Maybe there's no point in me having a stream. It's all good. I'll just work on that. But if y'all want some company, let me know, let me know, let me know. Super chats are turned on if you want to help support the channel. The Patreon is up and running. Go ahead and subscribe to that if you want to help support. And the Discord is on there as well. All right. All of that's out of the way. Buenos dias, buenos dias. Okay. So if y'all follow me on Twitter, I've been talking about, or I mentioned how you never want to put these things like in a category, like in a sense of like levels. Things affect you differently. Every loss affects you differently. And for me, I didn't understand what it was or why I was feeling the way I was feeling. Damn, okay. It sounds weird. And let me make sure I have this. The right thumbnail. I do. Okay. It sounds weird to say this because I don't want it to be misunderstood, but I think it's very easily like lends itself to be misunderstood. For me, Imam Jamil, Al-Amim, who, you know, like many of us first learn about him as, you know, Rap Brown. There was always this sense of calmness, even when he was, you know, cracking jokes, even when he was rallying up a crowd. There was always a sense of, okay, this is the best way. And let me see if I can pull it up because I thought this was the most beautiful thing I've seen. And it really, really, man, and you know, femmes have a more socially acceptable. It's more socially acceptable for femmes to show physical love and embrace to friends. And so when you see men do it, it just really warms my heart because there's a sense of a level of friendship, love, comfortability that is just to do that publicly. It does take courage to go against, you know, the standards and what is seen as like acceptable for the way that men should be interacting with each other. And so because of that, when I saw this, I was like, man, this is so beautiful to me. And the fact that they've both passed away, transitioned, moved on, you know, look at this.
Got to get the power behind the power. Yeah, and the walls came tumbling down.
Yeah.
That's where to go.
I think it's up by the post office. So we should.
Well, I gotta check the mail anyway, so we're gonna walk up that way.
All right, I'll walk on up. You gonna give me protection?
From what? You Stokely Carmine.
It is just so beautiful. To sorry, y'all. To know how much they sacrificed and how devoted they were. And the struggles that they faced and the stress, the trauma of having to see their heroes, their friends, their peers, their colleagues, their comrades be hunted down by the state, be assassinated, be incarcerated, to have to go through it themselves, exile. And to see them happy, it's so heartbreaking because one, they were so young, but the amount of joy and happiness and peace that they weren't allowed to have, that they were willing to sacrifice in order to fight for their people, for what's right, for humanity, for independence. When it comes to like Kwame Ture, and y'all know I'm always referencing him because I just love his personality so much in the sense of like he's loud and he's so charismatic and is contagious. You know, I mentioned how you could listen to his speeches countless of times and you still smile when he smiles and you still laugh when he's laughing. And his delivery is so, I don't know, bombastic, right? With Imam Jamil Al-Amim, and again, I hope it's not taken the wrong way, but even when he was doing all that stuff, cracking jokes, even when he was rallying up a crowd, this is the only way, and this video helped me kind of understand it, where it felt like Kwame Ture is like grabbing you by the neck, like almost like a big brother would, and be like, "Come on, like we're going," and just like, whoosh, you know, lifting you up and taking you there. It felt like Imam Jamil Al-Amim would like hold your hand through it and walk there with you. And as he got older too, like I think that resonated even more and more with me. Um, and maybe that is the Imam part, you know? Um, that guidance is different when someone who is so much more knowledgeable and so much more experienced than you is willing to walk at your pace is such a blessing. I don't know I don't know how to describe it. And maybe I don't know, maybe it's weird. I don't know. I didn't know these people, but I depend on them so much. And it's so heartbreaking to know that everything they said is so relevant today and so applicable. And especially seeing it with this whole damn, and I hate that I'm even, but we have to, um, even in the same sentence, even in the same fucking, that we exist in the same reality. Um, you know, the Mamdanis of the world, the AOCs of the world, the Obamas of the world. And like they told us, I know this is probably inappropriate for me to say, but it's just, it feels like their sacrifices, um, their struggles, I don't want I don't want them to go in vain, right? Because I mean, damn, bro, like they laid out the blueprint. When I say that, I'm not saying anything illuminating. It's because I'm just like, did you did you not read their works? Did you not listen to them? They explain it all. Like you don't have to. Like I don't know. I don't know. So I've been struggling with that, especially like I said it. Like it does get lonely. Like being an atheist. Like just um, like even the title today, like rest in peace. Like I never want to be condescending. And I looked up like what is the equivalent for rest in peace for Muslims, right? And I looked it up, and I'm like, well, if me using it being is that disrespectful? Um, is that like condescending since I don't, believe in an afterlife? Like, what does that mean? Whereas rest in peace is more of a cultural. Um, I don't think it signifies any religious connotation at this point. Anyone can say it. Anyone does say it. Um, but I didn't want to come off as disrespectful um, in any way. And so I just kind of said, no, I'll just put rest in peace. And man, we're gonna go over a good part of the speech. But just so y'all know where I'm coming from, and I should have had some freaking tissues next to me. Let me just grab those right now, because uh, just give 1 second, y'all. My apologies. Okay. This is what I wanted to share. I mean, we're gonna go over one of his previous speeches, but this is um just listening to this and um always trying to be a better person is something that I prioritize. Always trying to be self-critical and grow and be more understanding and more considerate. I think the worst insult that anyone can tell you or throw your way is call you inconsiderate, because it means that you're selfish. It means that you're self-centered. It means that you're egotistical. It means that you're a narcissist. It means that you're conceited. It means that you think the world revolves around you, right? So for me, like, I try my best to always stop and be like, am I being considerate of others right now? Whether it's your coworkers, whether it's your family members, whether it's your friends, whether it's strangers, am I being considerate right now? Can I stop for a moment and get out of my own head and say, how am I affecting those around me? Is it for the positive? Is it a negative? Is it neutral and I'm cruising and we're good? um, can I make this situation better? Can I be better in this situation? And so I always try to keep that in mind. And something so simple too, like it's not asking to be exceptional. It's asking to be considerate, to be aware of your surroundings and those around you and how you affect them and how you influence them and how you just change the environment that you're in. So for me, it's such a simple thing. Just be considerate, And so I try to work on that every day. Especially because, like I am an asshole and I do talk a lot of shit. But my goal is always to make those around me laugh, never to bully someone, never to harass them, never to make them feel less than, but to try and make life a little bit more enjoyable. And that's why I enjoy making people smile and laugh. So, but I know I have a lot of shortcomings, and just rewatching a lot of this stuff, I was like, he said something and it kind of, it hurt because I'm like, damn, I want to be a better person. But at the same time, you have to be aware of like your shortcomings and just say, hey, like, it's just, I'm going to keep trying, but some things are kind of factory setting, for maybe forever, maybe always, who knows? But also don't wear yourself down trying to be someone that you're not. When I was younger, I tried my best to be somebody who, in terms of like relationships, to be someone who enjoys, family outings and getting together, everyone sitting down together for dinner. That's not the way that I grew up. It's not the way that I grew up. And so I don't care for it. It can be enjoyable, but it's not my preference. And I tried so hard when I was younger, to be more of that type of person. And then I quickly realized that I when we're talking about like partnerships, that I can't be in partnership with someone who is that family oriented. I need somebody that's also coming from a background that's just a little messed up, just a little dysfunctional, to where it's like, maybe we won't show up to that family event, or maybe we'll just show face and then dip out because we have other plans like that. I think it's beautiful, those who are family oriented. I'm sure part of me envies you, but it's just not for me, and it's not what I look for in others. So kind of coming to terms with certain things, and I know I'm going a little bit all over the place, but this helped me out so much. I thought I had it queued up. My apologies. Let me pull it up, and then we'll work backwards and we'll get into it. I know I've been yapping for 28 minutes, but it's been an emotional one. It was funny. Even some of my coworkers were like randomly, like, dude, are you good? Like, we're just at work, relax. And I was like, oh yeah, no, it's just, no, I'm good. But it was just because I'm like, I think not understanding what I was feeling and why I was feeling it was forcing me to acknowledge these feelings. To whereas when it feels like you know what you're you know where you're at, it's easier to be like, all right, I'll feel this later. Maybe, or I don't know, is that weird to say I'll feel this later? I don't know. Did I just like reveal something unsettling about myself? I'm not sure. But let me find this. I think it's over here. Let me look at the transcript real quick. But I do think it's around like the 6 or 9 minute marks. The the dyslexia never stops. 6 or 9 minutes. Oh, okay. You know what keyword I think is gonna help out is it is around the 9 minute marks, but I think violence also is one. Yes, it's gonna be like around the 9 minute marks. But as well, activism, neighborhood concern, movement, university. Okay, yeah, it's gonna be. Damn. Let me find it. Oh, it's not violent? Why? Huh. That's interesting. I thought the word that they used was violent, or tumultuous also might have been the word. Ah, this is so good. I do love this part. Sorry, I'm gonna be a little. We'll lead up to it then, because I do love this part. He's so funny, man. He's so funny.
Were you aware that you were very good at speaking to people? That you had?
Hold on, let me fix the audio for this if I can. She's saying, "Are you aware that you were very good at speaking with people or to people?" Let me fix this. It's an old audio, so it's a little off.
An ability to.
Oy. My apologies, y'all. Thank you for your patience with me today. Let's try that.
Make people listen.
Well, my nickname was Rap. You know, my name was Rap.
He's so fucking kind and patient. That's so not me. He's like, woman, she's asking about, were you aware of your ability to like talk to people and communicate with them? And then he's like, well, my nickname was Rap. But he's such a sweetheart about it. It's so good. Oh man, this had me dying when I first listened to it. I hope the audio. Let me know how the audio is for y'all. Again, this is like an old recording. Let me see here. Let me know if it's not too loud. I think I might need to lower it just a little bit. Let me see here.
Were you aware that you were very good at speaking to people? That you had an ability to make people listen?
Well, my nickname was Rap. You know, my name was Rap. So that sense of whatever it is, whatever it loans itself to, that is in communication, I was able to talk to people,
Was it something that you always had the gift for, or was it something that you developed as the need became clear?
Well, I've never been trained. I've never been trained, or what is considered formally trained in speaking. There is an old tradition that runs through the African community, within the African community, and I'm sure in all communities, but in which even when we were growing up, there were people who could entertain, could recite, and from memory.
Mm-hmm.
So again, it is a kind of art form, a skill, that had been developed over the years, and which also loans itself to what you see the young generation doing today in the rap music, that kind of situation. So again, it was a thing that I was able to do.
And it's such a big part of community too, is being able to hold court, or just that sharing of stories, just communicating ideas. I mean, some of the best times you can have is just hanging out and just having these types of conversations. But I just love the way that he's so patient with her, and like even as soon as I hear him speak, like I start to like just settle in. There was a little bit more here that he specifically talks about that. Let's see. Okay, yes. She basically sets up the question saying like, do you feel that like, did you change anything in terms of how you essentially from, I guess, strictly becoming a political communicator, right? Or communicating political ideas to his role as an imam?
There is a tradition of the prophets
Let me go back just so I can hear the question.
that had to be articulated in a certain manner. Again,
Here we go. Sorry about
You're
that.
clearly very calm and subdued, and I imagine, have you had to put that ability away, or do you still use that in your work as an imam?
I was calm and subdued then. Again,
Yeah.
it's a situation of perception again. Every generation is prepared to do what's necessary to survive. At that particular juncture in the movement and struggle, there were certain points that had to be articulated in a certain manner, because language deals more than just the speech. It also deals in terms of gesture. It deals with enunciation of a pronunciation in terms of what you're trying to get across, ideas. So again, that has not, if you mean, has that left? No, I do the same thing Islamically. There is a tradition of the Prophet, peace and blessing be upon him, in which he relates that men are like mines of gold and silver. The best of you in the days of ignorance will be the best of you in the days of Islam, the days in which Islam, has come to the people. So again, in terms of the skills, you don't lose the abilities, the skills that you have. Even in terms of character, he says that believe a mountain move before you believe man can change his character. That's certain.
And it's just like, that hit me like a ton of bricks. Or like a mountain, I guess. Believe a mountain will move before a man can change his character. And I think there's moments where you have to kind of just, I guess, accept who you are. And realize that your efforts can be better used somewhere else in changing things that aren't a mountain of your character, of who you are. And I think that's really freeing also, to realize like, okay, like this is just part of me. How can I make sure that I use that part of me to better myself or help those around me? I'm a fucking, like, for me, I talk shit. I'm an asshole. I like to like crack jokes and all that. I'm like, all right, cool. Like when I was younger, I would do that to try and fucking straight up like embarrass, roast, talk shit to people, and big myself up. And then I realized like, oh, that's fucked up, man. Like that's because before, when I was younger, I was like, yeah, man, like if I hurt your feelings, it's because like you need thicker skin. Deal with it. Grow the fuck up. They're just words. And as I got older, I'm like, damn, like I'm making people feel bad. I've been making people feel bad. But I like to crack jokes. I like to, to laugh and make people laugh. And I'm like, all right, well, do it in such a way that isn't going to make somebody feel bad about themselves, but is is going to like acknowledge and laugh at the absurdity of our situation, of our reality. And so like one of my goals is to try and kind of like, I don't know, just be more conscious about like, hey, like we all need to laugh, and I don't want to ever target anyone. And part of that is also, pointing the finger at you and pointing something out ridiculous about yourself in order to not gain false sympathy, but to to say like, hey, like I'm a fair target too. Because when you become really good at shit talking, like it's hard to for people to be able to like keep up with you. And when you do find people who can, it's a beautiful moment, and I appreciate and hold them in a special place in my heart. um, but for the most part, like it's difficult, especially if people didn't grow up around that type of environment, and so then you kind of have to like, um, anywho, like that's what I'm getting at is when I heard this, it was just so reaffirming, and where it's like, all right, man, like you have certain limitations, but that doesn't mean that you stop trying to grow and improve. Just stop beating yourself over for certain things that are just part of your character. Um, it's how you use those parts, and so that's what I'm saying. It was very emotional to me because it was like I couldn't understand why this was affecting me this way. I didn't think I was gonna like choke up on stream, to be honest. I thought I had like gotten rid of that, but anywho, thank y'all for hearing me. We'll just let him finish here.
The abilities, the skills that you have, even in terms of character. He says that believe a mountain move before you believe man can change his character. There's certain characteristics, there's certain character traits that are a part of us, a part and parcel of who we are. So again, but in struggle, again, there's certain times that certain things are necessary. Struggle is not always just high energy, you know, as many people would like to believe. It's like it has a rhythm of its own. It's like you in terms of breathing. You don't always exhale. You inhale and you exhale. Movement is a part of struggle in which, you know, things are visible, and as a result of its visibility, there's a lot of maybe abrasion or friction, you know, that occurs. But then at other phases of struggle, there's another level of struggle that deals with the development of self. Again, the Prophet, peace and blessing be upon him, pointed out, he says that the greatest struggle, that is the Jihad al-Akbar, which is in Islam, is the struggle against the evil of self, the nafsi al-mal, or the evil of self. So it is that sense of struggle which is a higher level of struggle in dealing with control, being able to control, again, the appetites, the passions, the emotions. Again, the Prophet pointed out, he says, a strong man is not he who is a good wrestler, but it is he who can control his anger. So because this is an essential ingredient in being able to be successful in struggle.
Let's go to that issue then of anger, because
It, man, one of my dearest friends, I haven't known him that long, but I mean, it's actually quite some few years now. But in comparison to some of my older friends, not that long, but we just clicked, just immediately clicked. And he was raised Muslim, and you know, not his faith, but his practice is always ebb and flowing. Let's take it that way. And you know, I would always, I mean, man, like love this dude like a brother, like just teasing him. But when we have serious conversations, I tell him like, man, like the structure, especially for people with our type of personalities, because we have similar personalities, that Islam provides is so beneficial, and some of the knowledge that it has is so essential. And sometimes I'm like, damn, I wish I could just believe, you know, I wish I could just have that faith. But I would never be disrespectful enough to fake it, right? But you know, things like that is just I never wanted to get confused with like that Jordan Peterson of like, who are you to speak out against the world without, when you haven't like fixed everything about yourself and your life. Like it's definitely not that. It's the awareness of like, hey, the reality is as chaotic as the world is around you, and as impossible as it may seem to change it, to bring about change in society, it's still going to be more difficult to do that within you. It's still going to be more difficult to do that within you because, you know, at a certain point, like you can't unsee or deny the struggle. You can't see and deny children being starved, innocent people being massacred, at a certain point, you can't deny that. But you can very much deny your behavior. Again, the negative aspects, the harmful aspects of yourself, both harmful to yourself and to those around you. We can rationalize that type of stuff. And so, when you organize, you meet a lot of people doing good work that aren't good people. And that's a really uncomfortable situation to be in, because it's like, damn, like, you show up, you're doing the thing, your organizing skills are legit, but you're like a shitty fucking person. And there's varying degrees, right? Like I've said this before, like, be careful. Like, there's a lot of creeps in these organizing spaces because they see it as an opportunity to be able to get people to trust them and then target some of the most marginalized individuals. So be very careful, be very vocal in these spaces, and communicate as clearly as you can when somebody makes you uncomfortable, or when you're just not, somebody's just rubbing you the wrong way. Sometimes you don't need an example. That's not to say to accuse them of anything if they haven't done anything, but sometimes you should trust your gut. And if you need, hey, you know what, do you mind just coming with us? Or, hey, can we get another person? I just feel more comfortable. Or I think we need the help, whatever. Do that. Like, vocalize that. And I know sometimes it can be frightening, or you don't want to seem like a burden or a troublemaker or somebody that is difficult to work with. But trust your gut. Please, 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 please trust your gut. A lot of time, that pattern recognition, especially if you've gone through trauma when you were younger, sometimes you lack the understanding of what it is that your body and your subconscious is telling you. Call it a fucking spidey sense, whatever it is. Like, sometimes we lack the understanding of that within us because we shut down so much of ourselves, especially when you've gone through trauma at a young age. So please, please, please. Again, I'm adding that quote at the end, John Trudell. Sometimes it pays to be paranoid, right? Like it's just, sometimes there's unexplicable things, or things that we don't quite understand why, that our body is trying to alert us to, and just be cautious of that. I'm not saying, like, if you I don't know, like, make false accusations. Obviously not, because it makes it more difficult for those that have real accusations. What I'm getting at is just be aware of yourself. Anyhow, yeah, just that seeking of self-understanding is difficult. And one of the reasons why I really dislike a lot of fucking people in the space is because I'm like, oh, you don't even give a fuck to do the self-work. You're not putting yourself through it and understanding how it is that you're affecting those around you, and how the example that you're setting for others. Because I do think that there's always younger people. There's always younger people. There's always more inexperienced people than you. That whether or not you're occupying a role of a mentor, of an older sibling, of a trainer, of what have you, there's always somebody, and then you might not even be aware of this, but there's always somebody looking to you. Believe it or not, I don't care who you are, there's always somebody looking to you. There's always someone following your lead and who you're influencing. Believe it or not, I promise you there is. And it could be something as simple as fucking traffic. You decide to be a fucking asshole and cut somebody off. Guess that's going to influence the people around you, the other drivers. That's what I'm saying. It could be something as minimal as that can literally cause an accident, right? But you're always influencing your space and the environment around you. And there's always people, that you're going to affect. And because of that, I think we all have a responsibility to try and be our best fucking selves. And to work against our yeah, like you said, like, the convenience for me is like, so many negative things are convenient. They're just convenient. They're there for you. I'm like, yeah, they're there because you don't got to work for them. Yeah, they're there because it's not challenging. Yeah, it's there because it's lazy. It's there because it's no fucking hard work is required. You're not challenging yourself. I didn't expect to have such a fucking rambling beginning of the stream. But I hope that I'm communicating why it was that his passing hit me a little bit different. A little bit different. Because this is somebody that, look, I don't read a lot of biographies. I don't read a lot of autobiographies because I'm a type of person, I'm like, I don't give a fuck who you are, what happened. Tell me your ideas. Dope. I've never read, Malcolm X's, semi-autobiography or biography. I tried to listen to it in an audiobook and I was like, oh, that's cool. I'm like, that's unfortunate. A lot of that stuff. But fundamentally, like, I'd rather re-listen to his speeches. I'd rather reread his speeches than to learn about his life because, and I've said this, there's a reason why I try not to share, too much personal information is it really shouldn't matter. It really shouldn't matter what you went through if you're saying the right fucking things, especially because a lot of people weaponize, and that's that negative aspect of lived experience of identity politics, as a lot of people can weaponize that. Well, I grew up in harder conditions than you, and I think we should be conservatives, or well, my identity is more marginalized than yours, so you should listen to me when I advocate for crypto white supremacy. Like things like that can be manipulated, so I try to avoid it, and I don't really care about, how somebody grew up. I care about essentially what you're putting forth, the ideas that you're putting forth. That's not to say there isn't benefit in learning that. That isn't to say that there isn't some type of greater human understanding, and I think it can make you a better person to read other people's experiences for sure. Be more sympathetic, more compassionate, more patient, more understanding, all those things for sure. But then you get into this whole, the parasocial, you get into the worshiping of characters, idolizing individuals, when in reality it's their ideas and the struggles that they were advocating for that we should prioritize above everything else. But that's easier to say when somebody only influences you essentially politically. But when somebody can influence you in trying to, and for some people, of course, he's an imam spiritually. But for me, it's more in the sense of my character, right? How can I improve my character? Believe me, more than anything, I want to be able to be a warm person like this. I want to be able to bring a sense of calm and peace to others around me. I can't. That's not me. I can't. I'm envious of that. What I can do for whatever reason is rile people up and hopefully direct their anger and frustration to a better place. I remember being at a union meeting and whatever. There's a whole thing about a raise or whether or not, whatever details, right? But I stood up and I said, look, a lot of members are coming after and complaining to shop stewards. We're just as upset as you. We're just as frustrated as you are. Instead of directing that anger and frustration at us, why aren't you directing it at management? Why aren't you directing it at corporate? Why aren't you directing it at them? Instead, you're coming at us who are proactively volunteering, to represent you and to fight for you. Direct that shit in the right direction. Be angry with us. Direct your anger, alongside us into the appropriate directions. And I don't know, coming to an understanding that maybe that is just the place that I'm best suited for is cool. Like, I love it. I love doing this shit. I really do. I was so, and it was so surreal to see that, that I got a shout out at the morning remix, Black Liberation Media. Like, you can't imagine what that means to me. It really does. Because it means I'm doing something right. And even if that is just being entertaining, cool, I'll take it. Because they brought up some things that I'm like, damn, fuck, I should have mentioned that. And this is why I watch them. But believe me that at my core, I wish that I could bring that type of energy represented here with Imam Jamil Al-Amim. Like I wish that I had that characteristics. I really do. Because I am in awe and in need to be around people like that. There's this old timer, and I hope he doesn't think that I don't like him. There's this old timer that I work with, and he's like the only fucking person that I'm able just to be quiet around. Like I don't feel the need to like yap. But when I'm quiet, I look like I'm angry. I have that resting asshole face. Like I look like I'm mad dogging you, and I'm not. I'm just chilling. And but I kind of picked up that he, even for him, as quiet as he is, he tried to like make conversation. And I just kind of just answered it, but didn't give an opening for a conversation to go further or to try it. I wasn't elaborating on anything. I was just answering him because I was enjoying the quiet. And so when we wrapped up what we had to do, I told him like, hey, like thank you, I appreciate it. I like that you're like the only person here at this job that I can be quiet around with and just enjoy it. And he kind of like chuckled. He goes, oh, okay, yeah, for sure. And I hope that I was able to, if there was any concerns that like I was unhappy or was disgruntled, because I'm usually fucking loud all the time, that I was able to reassure him or affirm that like, no, I do enjoy your presence. I'm just able to kind of like be calm. Okay, we are 55 minutes in, and I want to say thank you for helping me through this, for being here, because I don't know, like it really does sound silly to say like, hey, like this, I was feeling this way because of this passing of somebody who I've never met, and somebody that it's, again, like you hear me quote Kwame Ture all the time. You don't hear me quote, yeah, like I don't want like the way that I knew him, right? But or the way that I was introduced to his work. But Imam Jamil Al-Amim. By the way, also with like Malcolm X, like I think we should work a little harder. But then it's like with, do more people know Kwame Ture as Stokely Carmichael? Because I feel like more people know him as Kwame Ture, but I could just might be the circle that I'm around or the people that I speak to. But Shabazz, or I never want to, because I'm not used to saying their name. Malcolm X. El Hajim Malik El Shabazz. El Haj Malik El Shabazz. Like kind of getting more, because Rap Brown, I'm gonna be honest, fucking perfect dope, like just iconic, right? But it's a sense of like paying respects to their fucking name, and to how it speaks volumes of like so much was made of Malcolm X going by X, and his explanation was so powerful, right? But then it's downplayed and ignored when towards the end of his life, it was that embrace of El Haj Malik El Shabazz. But I think it tells a beautiful fucking story when that is mentioned and when that leads. Sometimes it does feel like you're being like a little bit of like a dweeb, like a little hipster about it. Like, oh well, like if you know a band's original like name before they blew up, or their tracks before they blew up, I don't know. So I get that part of it, but I think that it says something beautiful about their journey. I got a shit talk. Look around. look around. Look around and see who pay their respects. Look around and see who is acknowledging political prisoners. Look around and see who, you know, prioritize, center our revolutionary figures. And I say our, and I don't know if you heard me, but I was like I kind of our. I don't want to take anything away, but like, I'm sorry. I do think revolutionary figures are for everyone. But yeah, just look around, because I seen that and I was like, wow, like crickets from Wonder Bread Tube, huh? Crickets from the white supremacist left. Unsurprising, of course. But you figure that by 2025, they'd be better at the performance. They'd be better at the performance of it all. But man, just look around. Just look around. That's all I'm saying. Look around and see who isn't aware of this, who doesn't care enough to mention it. Look around at those that weren't impacted by this. Because I think that speaks volumes. And I'm sure that there's, people that can say the same thing about me in terms of other more quote unquote obscure, neglected political prisoners and revolutionary figures. And without a doubt, and I'll say, call me out and I'll do my fucking homework. It's that simple. It's that simple. There's no need for excuses. There's no need for an asterisk. It's just call me out and I'll do my homework. Because that is, that's all we can do, right? That's the least we can do, I should say. So we're going to listen to some of this. And again, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate y'all. A little bit more of an emotional stream than normal, but well, I would say emotional in another way, because I'm usually emotional to begin with. And I know I missed a lot of chats here. I was kind of locked in my emotions. But I appreciate y'all contributing to the chat. I really do. And for those of you just watching, don't be scared, homies. Get in the chat. Got a lot of awesome people here. But yeah, no, biographies, they do definitely have their benefit. So yeah, I see y'all. I appreciate y'all. Let's listen to some of this.
Reflecting that you were not trained.
Yeah.
Not educated, that you were not trained. You see, and some of the most, like so-called intelligent, some of the most educated people in the country are the most unintelligent people in the country. A good example would be Nixon, Johnson, all of these people with college degrees. They have educated, their education, they're trained, but they...
All these people with college degrees, like I will say this, like this is why I laugh at the fact that like people who grew up so fucking affluent, whose parents are professionals, whose parents have like, fucking like, what do they call that? Like college degrees, or I was gonna say like post high school degrees, who grew up in that environment and want to brag about a bachelor's degree. Let me tell you, especially if we're talking about like sociology, political science, if we're talking about those type of bachelor's degrees, like bachelor's of arts, respects to everyone who has one. But when rich people or affluent people try to brag about those, and they grew up with professional parents, and they grew up with that a lot of opportunities, and bro, like some of us grow up translating for our fucking parents. Like we're in different fucking worlds. Post-secondary, so much. Thank you so much, Linstack. Thank you so much. You would know, Linstack. Like, so those of us that grew up having to educate our own parents, right? Understand that your academic achievements trump all of theirs. Understand that shit and hold your head high. Not because we're here to glorify or praise academia, but because, it's understood of the sacrifices, of the hostility, of the outright racism of those institutions, and you made it through that shit. When, they weren't built for you, and they're essentially like set up to be against you. And these motherfuckers who had Everything handed to them. Everything handed to them. Want to brag about a fucking bachelor's degree? Get the fuck out of my face, bro. Have some fucking, understand that you are a fucking failure with everything that every opportunity you were given. Have some goddamn fucking shame. But you know, for them, it's mediocrity is triumph.
Intelligent people in the country. A good example would be Nixon, Johnson, all of these people with college degrees. You know, they have their education, they're trained, but they are unintelligent also. So that shows you that the type of education that's given in the country, the type of training, which is really training that's given in the country, has very little to do with the intelligence of a person. Now,
I do love that though. Making the distinction between, you know, the education and training. I fucking love that. It's so simple, but it's so accurate.
Students, for an example, you see, your students either by accident or coincidence, but you're black, and that's a fact. You're oppressed, and that's a fact. And to deal with the reality of that oppression, you must begin to look at your situation as students, secondary, and as being oppressed first. And the skills that you acquire as a result of the education, how can we utilize those skills to eliminate that oppression? That becomes the question for students. Again.
But usually what happens? Usually what becomes a priority? Getting paid. Usually what is the main concern? Getting the fuck out. And I'm not saying there aren't environments where your safety does depend on it. Let's be honest. We're not here to glorify we're not fucking white people here. We know that there's certain fucking places where it's like, hey, like for your own safety and well-being and for your long-term safety, collect yourself, right? We understand that. There's certain households that like, hey, like there's gonna be a dead end here if you don't prioritize yourself. We get that. But in the broader sense is what I'm talking about. The broader sense is that you forget to help those who have the same exact potential as you did, right? And that's just like the shallow fucking version of it. That's just the very talented type of like approach to it, right? Because it shouldn't matter. It really shouldn't matter whether or not they got potential or not, whether or not they could, you know, achieve what you achieved or surpass and you know, represent you and this and that. No, it shouldn't. But I'm talking about on the very superficial, at the very least, that.
Utilize those skills to eliminate that oppression. That becomes the question for students. Again, when you begin to understand the whole system of education in this country, see, whatever you don't control can be used as a weapon against you. Anything that you don't control can be used as a weapon against you. Education has been used as a weapon against black people because black people have been trained to think a certain way.
I gotta wrap up this book. It's not even that long, but it's basically breaking down like the different approaches between nationalists, between black nationalists specifically, between you know, integrationists. And man, and I know Malcolm talked about this, Malcolm X talked about this. The moment you allow your oppressor to educate you. It's not that it's a rap, but it's you are setting up the future generations for total and complete assimilation. And so when you hear individuals like Emma Vigeland talk about integrating, they said integrating the Palestinian population into what is today known as Israel, her words, as a goal, that highlights how this form of colonization, that being assimilation, is glorified. Forget normalized. Fuck normalized. It is glorified. Assimilation is glorified, right? When it comes to education specifically. Now, sure, these same fucking white libs will applaud communities keeping cultural identities, right? And not necessarily abandoning their culture. They love that. They appreciate. They love going to your fucking restaurants. They love shopping at your shopping at your markets. They love purchasing your fucking traditional trinkets. They love all that shit. They love all, they adore it, because then they're like, oh yeah, I got this from this little brown kid. All that shit. They love it. They love it. They want that because they can commodify that, because they could be fucking, they could fetishize you, they could exoticize you, they could do all that shit. They want the voyeurism. They want that. They want to be entertained by you and your culture, for sure. But when it comes to being an American, being part of the project, that's where the assimilation comes in. Right? Because if you're calling for anything outside of the U.S. settler colonial empire, now it's an issue. Now you terrify them. Now you're scary. Now you don't belong. When we never did. When we never did. We played along to get along, but we don't belong. Right? So keep that in mind, that integration is assimilation, and assimilation is part of cultural genocide. And at the end of the day, the goal is to get you to think of yourself as an American. The goal is to get you to view yourself as an American, despite the settler colonial empire not seeing you as such. And so prioritizing, your view of yourself as a, colonial subject, and that might seem demeaning, like, no, I'm more than, no. I'm saying, look, how they view you, understand how they view you, right? They don't view you as another citizen. They don't view you as another American. No matter how patriotic, no matter how devoted you are to this shit, they will never view you as such. You might not see yourself as a fucking sellout, as a fucking vendido, but they fucking do. They fucking do. We need a cookout-approved human. Oh my god. That is fucking awesome. That is fucking great. Well, later on, and I can't play it. It's later on. It's over here. It gets more into like snippets. But he talks about like, and it's, oh man, anywho, it's just so, it's so cool, but also tragic how applicable this is. This is from what year is this? Doesn't say when he gave the speech. Shoot. He talks about basically like, hey, white people, like do what you gotta do, organize in your own communities, and when you're really about it and we need you, we'll tell you when to what's the name of this food that military man sets himself. Oh, Aaron Bushnell. He basically says, and when we actually need you, we'll let you know when to, Aaron Bushnell yourself, basically. But not just yourself, but directed at, and I can't say what, but if you listen to the rest of this, and please listen to the rest of this, he says, oh, we'll tell you when to Aaron Bushnell yourself in this direction. At this specific area, right? I'm trying to be very vague. All right. Let's continue.
See, we do not control politics, so politics as it's known in this country is a weapon against black people. And when we begin to examine what politics is, we find out it's no more than the apex of white cultural aggression, nothing more. When a man tells you that you can only become free through voting, then he is restricting your mobility. He's restricting your freedom. You were born free. You must exercise your rights to be free. See, that man cannot give you freedom. But when he restricts an individual and tells him that he can only become free by voting, then he has denied you your freedoms. He says this is politics. The only way you can become free is by being political in the white sense, or in the sense of this country. But politics in this country, you see, the whole thing, it refers again back to what Camus once raised. He says, what better way to enslave a man than give him the vote and call him free? Does black people absolutely no good to be able to vote unless we can choose who we're voting for?
When he calls politics here, and I don't know if the transcript picked it up because there's a big gap here. It goes from 405 to 458. He calls it the apex. Man, he calls it the apex of white cultural aggression. So fucking good. Whatever you don't control can be used as a weapon against you. Anything that you don't control can be used as a weapon against you. Education has been used as a weapon against black people because black people have been trained to think a certain way. So, and that's shout out Jacob Carter's Intellectual Warfare. I'm so fucking grateful I ran into that book. I'm so fucking grateful I ran into that book. And again, my trajectory has been a little bit weird. I was first most interested in propaganda because, and again, that self-reflection, I knew that I was like obsessed with television, just obsessed with it. And I think it's because like growing up, access to television wasn't really there. And then when it was, and I was still young, I just like fucking dove head first, and I was just always watching television, always consuming fucking media, right? And eventually like I grew out of that. I'm just like like just sitting down staring at the TV is just boring, right? Like I got too much energy for that. And another way fucking martial arts saved my life. But because of that, as I got older, like I was like, damn, I wasted a lot of time watching TV. And now, like by the time I was in high school, I couldn't watch certain shows because I felt like legitimately, like I felt like it was numbing my brain. Even if I found them funny or enjoyable. I mean, I was in high school when the Jersey Shore was like, when it blew up. They're fucking funny, bro. Like, those are fucking funny characters, right? But I can only watch like clips. I can't consume it all like that. It's like fucking Family Guy to me. I can't watch an episode of Family Guy. I could watch a clip of Family Guy. That'd be funny. But that's it. American Dad, love it. I can say Roger is one of my favorite fucking characters on like in animation. The golden turd with diamond, like whatever, like that fucking storyline alongside the main ones was fucking hilarious. But anywho, so I wanted to understand, like, damn, like why was I so obsessed with television? What was up with me, right? Or what was I actually consuming? And so that's how I really stepped into my path towards like the quote unquote left, towards communism, socialism, was through trying to understand why I was obsessed with television. And so I started looking into propaganda, and it was through like propaganda and studying propaganda that eventually, like, and through other education, I was able to like to be introduced to Fanon and like imperialism, colonization, settler colonialism, all that. And that's what I love learning about. And then Marx, Lenin, right? But it was really like seeing Son that made it all make kind of sense for me. Stalin as well, if I'm being honest, made it, the way that they write is more accessible to me. But still, it was the propaganda aspect that led me here. So when I was first starting to like learn about shit, I was like, oh, let me see if there's like an overlap of like anti-colonialism meets like the study of propaganda, right? And obviously, you know, Fanon does a great job at that. But I wanted to read more obscure shit, and I found Intellectual Warfare. And fuck, and it was exactly what I was looking for. It was exactly what I was looking for. I need to reread that actually, just to see how, not how it holds up, because that's low-key kind of disrespectful, but to see where I'm at in relation to that text and to the information provided there. But yeah, Jacob Carter's Intellectual Warfare was really beneficial for me I mean, I was young relatively, but intellectually at a really young stage of development. But I love this here. So politics, as it's known in this country, is a weapon against black people. And we began to examine what politics is. We find out it's no more than the apex of white cultural aggression. Nothing more. The apex of white cultural aggression. I mean, damn, can you fucking, man. Can you think of a better description of, politics here? The apex of white cultural aggression. Wow. So fucking good.
It's a weapon against black people, and we began to examine what politics is. We find out it's no more than the apex of white cultural aggression. Nothing more. When a man tells you that you can only become free through voting, then he is restricting your mobility. He's restricting your freedom. You were born free. You must exercise your rights to be free. That man cannot give you freedom. But when he restricts an individual and tells him that he can only become free by voting, then he has denied you your freedoms. He says this is politics. The only way you can become free is by being political in the white sense, or in the sense of this country. But politics in this country, you see, the whole thing, it refers again back to what Camus once raised. He says, what better way to enslave a man than give him the vote and call him free? Does black people absolutely no good to be able to vote unless we can choose who we're voting for? Then when it goes down and you begin to dwell and look further into the political system of this country, you find out that there is no political party that's anti-property. So where do we fit in? Whether that property is us, or whether that property is land, or whether that property is a Cadillac, or whether that property is a credit card. No party in this country is anti-private property, anti-gain, personal gain. No party. So where does black people and oppressed people fit into a political system like that? That tells us that we must begin to reevaluate the whole connotation that's been given to politics in this country. See, politics does not mean the Republican and Democratic Party. Politics does not mean the city and state government. Politics goes into something much further beyond that. Politics goes into what happens to your life every day. You see, it's a political decision that most black people in Harlem are junkies. That's a political decision. It's a political decision that black people were forced to be athletes. That's a political decision. It's a political decision that black people cannot occupy offices, high offices in this country as they.
And then I remember like re-listening to this and be like, nah, wait, how does he, like, where's the switch up to the, I'm like, no, because as soon as I heard that, I'm like, because even if it did, it wouldn't matter, this and that, right? As soon as I'm thinking that.
They are called. That's a political decision. But note here, not that, that would make any difference in terms of the whole thing of black people occupying offices. Because when you begin to understand the type of system that operates in this country, then you understand that it's not the individual who manipulates the system. It's the system who manipulates that individual. See, if Cleaver...
And sorry, before he gives, better, well, for the time, better examples. Oh, sorry, let me put this in the chat. My apologies. Yeah, Linstack, let us know what your pop thinks. But when he says, again, all this is so fucking timeless because unfortunately we haven't progressed. We haven't. Aesthetically we have progressed, right? Shit looks more colorful on top. What has that done for us? What has that done for us? But he literally, like, it's so fucking timeless. So fucking timeless. And immediately I'm thinking about, like, Mamdani, right? Let me see.
That operates in this country, then you understand that it's not the individual who manipulates the system. It's the system who manipulates that individual.
And so when Mamdani meets with Trump, when Mamdani, collaborates with the Zionist Jessica Tisch, all the rad libs that call themselves democratic socialists now, that are actually national socialists, all these fucking white supremacists, the Emil Viglins, the Sam Cedars, all these fucking people that are applauding and protecting Zoran Mamdani. They really think that this motherfucker's playing like 4D chess. They think that Mamdani like beat Trump and that he really showed Trump and that he got Trump to agree that he, you know, that he's a fascist and that all this fucking pathetic performative just, man, it's so hard to not, and I'll be honest, it's hard not to like come off like ableist sometimes. But like, is a mouth breather ableist? Because I think of right, because supposedly like back in Europe, like the front row was for the peasantry, and they didn't know how to breathe through their nose, and so they would breathe through their mouths, and their mouths would be agape, and then they would drool. And so isn't that supposedly, I don't know if it's an urban myth, but that the front row, like they had like a section for all the drool. So is mouth breather ableist, or I don't know. Anywho, but it's so hard to like not despise these people in a way that demeans you, right? But I don't know if they're just playing along or they truly believe like, no, like this is it. Mamdani is like changing the fucking game. Like we fucking did it. He showed up to the White House and, you know, he got Trump to look up at him and admire him, and oh man, the Republican Party just doesn't know what's coming to them because now they can't vilify us for being socialists, even though we're democratic socialists. Now they can't call us communists. I'm like, with this fucking news cycle? So, okay, I know YouTube changed up, but I'm seeing somebody spam, so I'm going to block this person here. Talking about fucking crypto wallet shit. And then we're hiding that user from the channel. I think I just posted twice, but that was weird. Yeah, I think they just posted twice, but that's weird. I don't know if it was a gag or something, but I don't know if it was Dr. Ball pitching crypto wallets on here, but I've told them time and time again, no spamming your crypto wallet. I don't, Linstacks, why is that funny? I don't know if mouth breather is ableist. Like, did it, you know, like, what was it where I was like, oh, because before I used to, an insult that I liked was GIMP. And then somebody educated me that that's like where that comes from. And I was like, oh, okay, wow, that's fucked up. I don't want to say that. What the hell's the G word in the Oval Office? What's G? Okay. I can see the classes for sure. And then it wouldn't, I don't know, yeah. Okay.
Not the individual who manipulates the system. It's the system who manipulates that individual. See, if Cleaver or Dick Gregory had become president in this country, it would make absolutely no difference, because America would still be in the war in Vietnam, because the country operates off what's known as the military-industrial complex, which says that war is profitable, which says that USS Steel must make steel for tanks, because over 70% of the people employed in this country are either directly or indirectly employed by the military. That's the politics of the economy of this country. When oppressed people began to evaluate politics, we must understand that we have to create a politics that's relevant to us.
We did anything true. You're right about that in the sense of like the broader fact that, yeah, whatever insults you throw at these people, it never really affects them. Yeah. That's why I also like, man, like, I don't know. I think if you watch previous streams, like I joke around about like all these like European, you know, I also don't know like if I guess inbreds, right? And then there's this guy named MMA Guru, and I try to keep the MMA stuff separate from this channel because then I'll be yapping about it forever. But he like really says some like gross shit about Dagestani fighters. Now, it's again, I'm that type of person. Like, if you're joking around and like actually joking, it's one thing. But like, no, like this fool, like with his being, is like yelling and screaming and calling them like all these type of like at that point like racist insults. I don't know if like, because it's weird. If he's for sure doing it in a racist manner, but I don't know how it works when like you're throwing an insult that I don't associate, or I don't know if it is associated with a certain group, and you're kind of making it though, like you're being a pioneer of a racist insults, or creating racist stereotypes. I guess it's still racist, but it's just kind of like, it's always like, oh shit, like you're actually doing something real time, I guess. I don't know. But like, because of that, like I like the inbred thing for me now, it's kind of like, like that's fucking like a weird thing to say, like to actually mean in that sense. Because if you understand the uncomfortable reality of like quote unquote inbreeding within like certain cultures and societies, like it's uncomfortable, that it was that like common and such a like a cultural fact. I think, you know what's a good show? Oh, I can't say it's a good show. It has good moments. Remy. Is it called Remy? Is it, or is it Ramy? Is it Remy or Ramy? Oh, it's Ramy. Yeah, it's Ramy. It has really solid moments. I love, absolutely fucking adore the episode where, I don't know if it's season 1 or season 2, where it's the mom where she becomes an Uber driver. Because it also doesn't stir away from like the anti-blackness of I was gonna say of this type of brown community. I don't know if it's appropriate to say the other brown community, but like one of the brown communities. But they have oh, and I'm like, props for them for talking about it and making it part of the story. Now, I don't know how the community, you know, took it, but I thought that it was, as an outsider, I felt like it was done in a very educational way. But yeah, like just anyway, I don't know why I got into this side of it. I noticed MMA was super racist early on. The way the fans back bigots like McGregor and absolutely trash black fighters with similar or less problematic home lives showed me who they are. Yes, it is absolutely racist. But the misogyny beats out the racism in this, I think, generally speaking, because you have certain fighters who have multiple domestic abuse and assault cases, and these motherfuckers will defend them regardless of color. Like, suddenly their hatred for women supersedes their hatred of like non-white people. It's a fucking trip. It is a fucking trip. Yeah, okay. Other brown folks. Yeah, exactly, Froggy. Because I'll be honest, I forget. So I think they're in the story. I think they're supposed to be Egyptian, but I know that the actress that plays, is it Ramy, or Ramy's mother's Palestinian, because she came out in Secession also. But yeah. I'm not a Buddhist. Yes, exactly. Dana White slapped his wife at a club, and it was caught on camera. And a lot of those fucking like fans. First of all, if you're a fan of anything and you're supporting the owner, testing for the Twitch chat. Appreciate it. If you're defending the owner of any fucking corporation, especially of a team, you're a fucking weirdo. You should not give a fuck about the owner. In any positive sense. But they were defending him, saying like, well, she hit him first. It's like, well, no. She tried to leave. Dana White grabbed her hands to restrain her from leaving. She got one hand free, and then he like yanked her back, and then she slapped him. I'm like, if you're restraining someone, without their consent, I think they have every right to use physical force to free themselves. And that's when that fool hit her. No, I don't think that David Barnes. I don't think that it's a closeted thing. It's definitely a fragile masculinity thing. Yes, Dana's been on the fucking gear for decades at this point. All right.
We must create a politics that's relevant to our lifestyle. We must create a politics that's relevant to what we do every day. So when we talk about politics, when we talk about the political reality of the black community, we are talking about something that's beyond Democratic and Republican Party. And in that sense, we must understand that we must incorporate a revolutionary ideology that pushes this type of political know-how and political knowledge in the black community. I want to talk about that ideology at this point. And it has to be an ideology of revolutionary nationalism. See, this country fosters the idea of competitive individualism. In other words, like he divides people. He divides. He tells you, be an individual, do your own thing. You cannot do your own thing if your own thing is not the right thing. You cannot do your own thing. You have to understand, one of the most counter-revolutionary things that came out last year was the whole slogan of do your own thing. This is what black people have been doing for years. Now, if your own thing does not happen to be the thing that's right for the struggle, then it's incorrect. You can't do your own thing. See, people run around here talking about, I'm going to do my own. Here the junkies standing on the corner nod and say, I let you do your thing, let me do my thing.
I've realized that some people are uncomfortable with the way that the Panthers like approached like drug dealers and anywho, and part of me feels like it's I'll just let it keep playing, because I was gonna say part of me feels like yes, like we should definitely, like what he's saying there, like no, you can't just fucking be doing drugs on the block and potentially putting others at risk with whatever needles or just the state of mind that you get into when you're high, this and that. And even not living like in I think it's fucking wonderful where I live, to be honest, in comparison of where I should have fucking stayed. We kept finding needles in the alley, and they started tossing them over to like this walkway. And this was a couple years ago, and at the time I knew the old like veteranos that lived on the block, and I had to tell them, like, because one of the brothers is always like always hanging out with like junkies, homeless people, and all that. And I actually got to know him pretty well because I used to take the bus in the mornings in high school. I would walk back, but take the bus to school, and he would take it to work, and we we would sometimes smoke right there on the bus stop. And it was cool. Like, it was always chill. And I was able to go up to him and to his brother, who was locked up for fucking quite a while, and tell him, like, hey, like, we keep finding needles in the alley. I can't have that, bro. Like, we have kids running around here. Like, it's super fucking dangerous. Never saw a needle again. Never saw a needle again there. But I think people that are completely removed from it, because I'll say I'm in the periphery of it, but people that are completely removed from it lack sympathy and understanding for those that are, you know, forced into an intimate proximity to that type of self-destructive environment, and don't acknowledge that aspect of the people that it puts in jeopardy, and simply focus on the people that do need help and do need access to both to a path to sobriety, but also when they're still in it, to do it safely, right? So, walking in late to class, appreciate it. I don't like when it's too, and it doesn't consider the people in the community that are negatively affected by the rampant drug use, by the violence. I don't appreciate that, because I think it's neglectful. I don't think you need to vilify individuals who are in addiction. I don't think you need to do that. True. Sweet anything. Dealing with drug issues in the 60s was probably a very different feeling context from today. Been through multiple phases of drug war and social forces leading people to them. True. Yeah, definitely. Like, everything's in context of, you know, its time and place. But I'm just saying, like, when I heard that part, I'm like, I can imagine how some people might, like, be uncomfortable with that. But I'm like, yes, if you're completely removed from it, I could see how you're uncomfortable with it. Where, unfortunately, if you're in it, like, and you're dealing with people in the midst of an addiction crisis, like, the conversation is a little bit different. And unfortunately, in the left's attempt to compensate for the drug war, for the vilification of addiction, we often neglect the real concerns of individuals who are at risk of the negative consequences that are outside of their control. Whereas those of us that are outside of that risk finger wag. And I don't appreciate that. I don't like that. Because until you've been in that environment and you're like, oh, fuck, like, how am I going to maneuver my way around this? How am I going to make sure that I'm not hurt, that I'm not at risk, that my loved ones, you know, are safe? Until, you know, that's part of it. And until we address that reality, it comes off very, very, like if we're fucking anthropologists. Anywho.
You have to understand that we must begin to talk about building a nation. We exist as a nation. The reason they kill black people are not because they exist as wealthy or poor individuals. They kill them because they're black. So what you have to understand is that whether we recognize it or not, we constitute a nation. We must begin to employ nationalism in our struggle. Nationalism merely says that, you know, we're talking about usness or we-ness. Black people can no longer talk about I. See, that whole individual thing has to be thrown out. This is, you know, one thing that college students have to understand, because most of the cats who come down talking about, I got my stuff together, is cats who are coming out of college. You have to understand that, you know, if you're speaking, you have to be speaking for the struggle. You cannot be talking for yourself, because I know what's going to happen if you get caught out there by yourself. You're going to be looking for everybody else at that point.
I love that fucking line so much because I don't know why. Like I picture somebody like, and you know, like thinking that they're like fucking walking down the street and just strutting their fucking shit just by themselves. I'm like, I fucking made it my own bootstraps. Look at me, like I'm fucking, I got the fit on. I did this by myself. I don't give a fuck about anyone else but me. Like I made it out, and then slowly, like the fucking predators that white supremacists are, just seeing that and being filled with resentment and hatred, closing in. And then you look around and realize it doesn't matter what you accomplish by yourself. And the idea that you did it by yourself is already nonsense to begin with. It's, and I don't want this to come off disrespectful, but it's so frustrating when I'm like, bro, like animals understand that like you're safe within, you know, the herd. And these fucking real fucking, in the derogatory term, animals teach us and push this individualist bullshit to make us easier preys, right? They teach us to go against our nature of understanding that within community, within that bond, you're better off, you're safer, you're just overall less. There's less of an opportunity to be victimized when you're in that, when you're in community, when you're in the herd. But these real fucking life predators raise us, teach us through their fucking schooling mechanisms to tell us, to get us to like to believe this fully that I'm just better off as an individual. And that's how they fucking pick us. That's how they fucking just snipe us.
The whole thing, you're going to be looking for everybody else at that point. The whole thing of, you know, like collectivism, the whole thing that's not pushed in this country. If you understand, again, the politics of the country, then you understand why it is not pushed. You understand why America finds it profitable, in her sense, to push the whole thing of individualism. It's the whole rule of divide and conquer, when as America, the patriots of America do not exist as individuals. In reality, white people in this country do not exist as individuals. See, the police have a line talking about, well, we are a minority too. That's not true, because they reflect the attitude of the majority of the people in this country. And white people, the white people who are racist, the white people, you know, who are capitalists and who oppress people, they reflect the attitude of the majority in this country. So they do not exist as individuals. So black people have to understand that whole thing of individualism is a luxury that we can ill afford. We cannot afford to be individuals in this country. We do not exist as individuals in this country. We must begin to hammer out an ideology of revolutionary nationalism that says that every group, black people should be nationalists, Puerto Ricans should be nationalists. You know, like white people should be humane, nothing else.
Every fucking time. Giant fucking middle finger. A giant middle finger to Blackout Network, Revolutionary Blackout Network. I don't even want to say revolutionary. Revolutionary Sellout Network over there. I just thought of that one on the fly off the dome, bro. The Sellout Network over there, who cozy up to white supremacists like Jake Shields, who's literally saying to him, "Oh yeah, there's nothing wrong with wanting like, you know, why, you know, white people to have their own like to advocate for, you know, the whiteness as well." And it's like, really, bro, really? Humane and nothing else. Absolute fucking bars. I love that emoji there. Man. You gotta hit the notification bell, y'all, to know when I go live. I try to make sure that I'm here by 9:30 a.m. Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. But let's find that real quick. It's Jake Shields.
There are a lot of people who called that particular area
Let me switch over. There we go. There's the entire event.
And they see.
Look at this fucking guy, bro. So he ended up blocking me finally on Twitter because I kept calling out how he aligns with white supremacists. Let's see. When he says there's nothing wrong with supporting white people. Man. Oh, this part. What the fuck, man? This is crazy.
I fucked up. I think that's part of the divide too, because everyone starts being like, "Oh, you own slaves, this to us," and if like you're the poor white, you're like, "Well, I didn't get any of that privilege." So you can see they wanted to see each other's throats, and if you're a black person, you got nothing either. You're like, "These fuckers took me over here, took me on boats. You know, I was in slavery for hundreds of years. That's why we're there." And then the white people are like, "Oh, we don't have anything from it." So both sides were at each other's throats instead of trying to realize we're being intentionally divided against each other by the ruling class.
Yeah, and when you study history, the
yeah to that, bro. Yeah, to port white people were innocent is crazy.
Like, "Oh, you own slaves, this to us," and if like you're the poor white, you're like, "Well, I didn't get any of that privilege." So you can see they wanted to see each other's throats, and if you're a black person, you got nothing either. You're like, "These fuckers took me over here, took me on boats. You know, I was in slavery for hundreds of years. That's why we're there." And then the white people are like, "Oh, we don't have anything from it." So both sides were at each other's throats instead of trying to realize we're being intentionally divided against each other by the ruling class.
yeah, and when you study history, the
Fucking pathetic, bro. This is not even the part either. Let's see here. Again. They say white so much here. It is crazy. The white families. But he talks about, oh, here, pro-white is what he said. Jesus Christ, man. Here it is. Should just put pro to begin with.
America, or we should. If you don't, you're a piece of shit. You should want a better America, you know, and hopefully, you know, and there's nothing wrong with being, you know, I'm pro-white, you should be pro-black, nothing wrong with being pro your race, but you don't want to be anti another race. I think that's what's the problem. Yeah.
And then Nick Cruz says exactly. You can hear him say exactly. Let's see if we can see in the caption.
it's invalid. You know what I mean?
No, I agree. I think overall, you know, I agreed with a lot of you said, not 100%, but you make a lot of points. It says how to get these solutions, because we all want a better America, or we should. If you don't, you're a piece of shit. You should want a
Nick Cruz wants a better America, like a good communist does.
This is how to get these solutions, because we all want a better America, or we should. If you don't, you're a piece of shit. You should want a better America, you know, and hopefully, you know, and there's nothing wrong with being, you know, I'm pro-white, you should be pro-black, nothing wrong with being pro your race, but you don't want to be anti another race. I think that's what's the problem. Yes, and that's what people are. Yeah, so I'm pro-white, but I'm not anti-black, and it's like we're in a situation where in America, whether you like it or not, the races are here, and it's, you know, as far as
whether you like it or not, whether you like it, why wouldn't you like it? What's going on there? So we just got to deal with them.
Black people, you guys are brought here. You know, so you can't say black people are Americans. That's what, you know, when black nationalists like, oh, black people are Americans. Like, how can you say that when they were brought here against their...
So he goes after black nationalists. In the example, against people saying that black people aren't Americans, he decides to go after Black nationalists. Jesus. Dr. Doom from the Twitch chat. Danny Haifong is part of Revolutionary Sellout Network. I didn't know that. I knew he was always like closely aligned to them, but I didn't know he was part of it. He's always having Scott Ritter on his streams. Yeah, Scott Ritter is a pedo, twice fucking confirmed pedo. And Danny Haifong apparently is cool with pedos. I'm sure he has a lot to say about Epstein, but he's cool with Scott Ritter. You know, when these people that platform Scott Ritter, my question is, would you let Scott Ritter babysit your fucking kids? What the fuck is wrong with you people normalizing that disgusting fucking... Oh, man. I can't stand Scott Ritter. It's not like he says anything fucking revolutionary or profound to begin with. They just love their like white figures to come out and be like, I was part of the system and let me tell you how bad it is. Like, homie, people who weren't part of the system already have known this.
That's what, you know, when black nationalists, they go, black people are Americans. Like, how can you say that when they were brought here against their choice? You know, it's like a separate debate. How we come here more recently, but it's like, so we have to find a way. We have to find a way to work together because realistically,
you think Nick Cruz is going to stand up for black nationalism? You think he's going to speak out to Jake Shields and explain to him his misunderstandings of black nationalism and why it's legitimate?
That situation, you guys aren't going anywhere. So the guys that say that seems kind of just unrealistic. So we need to work together and find a way to unify instead of push apart. That's my opinion.
Yeah, when you say you're pro-white, to me that sounds, you just want to take care of your people. That if someone just say, "Oh, I'm pro-white," to me that has a negative connotation, because when people say they're pro-white, I'm like, what? You don't care about anyone else? But if you just care about taking care of people, there's nothing wrong with that, especially if you want to see everyone thrive.
Imagine. Understand, bro, that like the way that whiteness works is so annoying sometimes, because when they're saying pro-white, they mean WASP, right? They mean that white Anglo-Saxon Protestant shit. That's what they're talking about. So it's no different than Zionists. It's no different than Zionists in Palestine saying there's nothing wrong with being pro-white. And Nick Cruz, who claims he's like the only voice speaking out against these liberal Zionists, is out here saying, oh, no. At first I was like, pro-white sounds a little, but once you explain what you mean by pro-white, now we're on the same team.
What hurt America is there's like this toxic version of patriotism where they believe that you're patriotic because you cheer wars. Like, people think they're patriotic because they support politicians. No, you're
completely changes the conversation about patriotism, about militarism. Completely changes the conversation. Your bestie, Jake Shields, who's selling like pro-Rhodesia fucking t-shirts, is over here talking about being pro-white, is over here talking about, you know, smearing black nationalism. Revolutionary Sellout Network. God damn, bro.
Black people should be nationalists. Puerto Ricans should be nationalists. You know, like white people should be humane. Nothing else. Because we cannot talk about white nationalism in this country at this point because of the way it's defined and what it means. We have to talk about white people being humane. Nothing else. The American Indian can talk about nationalism. And when all of these groups, when these groups, you know, began to launch the type of revolutionary nationalism in their country, in their communities, when they become nationalists, then we can talk about raising a people's struggle. We cannot talk about raising a people's struggle in this country before then. Before each individual group becomes nationalistic in the sense that they are organized and that they are together for their own purpose. And that purpose, you know, in the end result will be ending of repression and oppression of the masses of people. Then and only then can you talk about grouping and launching a people's struggle in this country. The whole thing of politics in this country.
Dr. Dune in the Twitch chat, thank you so much for keeping it alive over there. RBN had Jackson Hinkle on as well. Yeah, they had like this mock debate. I think we went over it on stream a while ago, and it was just so fucking pathetic and performative. yeah, they definitely excuse, the Jackson Hinkles, the Haas, the whole MAGA communist, ACP weirdos. Yeah, and all those fools are like straight up misogynist. Some of them are racist. Some of them try to like, but they're all racist. We're being honest, but they're straight up misogynist. It's really really fucking repulsive, and they're really fucking dangerous. They don't have any power to impose, their violence, but they're trying to cozy up to it. They're definitely trying to cozy up to it. Chidi Machan putting that on a T. White people should be humane and nothing else. Yeah. You're gonna stop at humane. Achieve that and we'll call it a fucking day. But yeah, Linstack, you're absolutely correct. Nick Cruz from Revolutionary Sellout Network, that's my input, is trying to Daryl Davis his way to the revolution. Bless his heart. Bless his heart indeed.
Is that politics plays upon the individual. And one of the mistakes of the movement has been that we have been a victim of that whole thing of the individual. See, the man always points out an individual and he tells you that's your leader. He says that's your leader. Well, you have to examine what he's doing. When he pushes a guy out there and says that that's your leader, he also understands that he can pull that cat in. He can destroy that cat when he gets ready.
You know how like it just okay. It really, these fucking people, these white leftists. Look, we talk about microaggressions, but there has to be like another term for like the way that they, I don't know, maybe it's just me. The way that they glorify this shit makes me feel like I'm like not in on the joke. Like I didn't get the fucking memo, low key. Like if I'm like a little bit like insane, because I'm like, what are you guys seeing? What is happening? What narrative are you creating in real time that is literally on video, not what you're claiming? And again, man, I wish it said the date of this speech. Let me see if I could find it. What is it? This is the one we're already watching. Yes, okay, that's the one we're already watching. Is it the same one? I just want to see if it has the year on this. Does this say it? Recorded live 1970. If this is the same one, it's 1970. If it's the same one.
Been a victim.
No, it's the same thing. So maybe 1970s, somewhere along that line, where he's literally describing like Zoran Mamdani, right? Or any fucking sellout. Whatever they're putting out to you, they're doing so because they know, and at this point they're showing it to us, that they can pull him back whenever they want. That they can put him to heel whenever they want. Alexander, you're correct. Ritter let himself get entrapped twice by a supposed teen. Piece of shit either way. But most importantly, not a great analyst, but an old guy writing his Iraq credentials, quote unquote credentials. Yeah, no, Scott Ritter is a disgusting fucking... I mean, look. I would put the most important thing on the fact that he's a pedophile. I think that supersedes everything else. But I understand where you're coming from. I really do. Like, in the sense of like, hey, if you're gonna disregard that because the state entrapped them, which is like, why the fuck are you in that position to begin with? Twice, and you admitted that like his excuse was we were pretending. It was a role play, aged role play. I'm like, fuck, bro. Nah. Ugh. Twice, bro. Twice. If you're pretending that it was the state that put him in this situation, that the state was so worried about Scott Ritter, that you're gonna excuse him being a pedophile. Danny Haifong, I think Sabby Sabs still platforms him. Nick Cruz, Revolutionary Sellout Network. Like if you're still gonna Hardlands Media, I'm pretty sure still platforms him. All these people that platform Scott Ritter want to ignore that he's a pedo. Mind you, I wonder what they had to say about Epstein. If you want to ignore that, I agree with what you're saying. His analysis is so fucking shit. It's not anything illuminating. I would still say that the pedo thing is the most grotesque stuff, but I understand where you're coming from. Scott Ritter was on Bad Faith 2 months ago. Jesus fucking Christ, bro. Do all these people just fucking pretend that he's not a pedo? Is that the thing? Is that the thing? Look, I'll never be on Bad Faith. I won't. I won't get that invite. But the first question, I'm saying you cannot edit this out. I would be down to go on, but I'm like, you cannot edit this part out. You know, about Scott Ritter.
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got a problem?
Access Audio, thank you so much for the super chat. Infra women have two. Jesus Christ. Infra, yeah, we need a little dots or some quotation marks there, but yes. I forgot I showed that on stream. That was wild. All right. Nah, you know what it is, then Stack? These people, like these fucking sellouts, these fucking vendidos, they never truly have beef with white people. Have you noticed? They'll carry beef with everyone else, but not white people. They'll forgive that shit. They'll forgive that shit. Just look at Jimmy Dore had to check Revolutionary Sellout Network a couple times, and I think everyone but Rome behaved themselves accordingly. And that's not giving credit to Rome. Rome is a whole nother fucking weirdo, bro.
So we must begin to relate to concepts, not individuals. See, don't ask me, like, what's wrong with Carmichael and the Panthers? Understand what they both are saying. If you understand the ideology that they're pushing, that's sufficient. Then you take a side on that ideology. Don't take a side on the personalities. So you got to understand the difference. You have to understand the difference between concepts and personalities. See, the man, he found out it's very easy to destroy an individual or to discredit an individual, but it's much more difficult to discredit a concept or an idea. So what he does is that he pushes individuals out. He tells you this is your leader. Black people will decide when they need leaders, and they will decide who their leaders are. At this point, our job becomes, those people who understand the nature of the struggle, our job becomes to organize black people, to organize the revolutionary struggle, not to be projected as leaders. And at this point, the only force in the black community that will be able to wield the revolutionary ideology will be a political party, a party that pushes that ideology, some type of apparatus that speaks to black people, because if you don't have an apparatus, if you don't develop alternatives for people, then the people are shuttled right back into the system. And you say, well, we ain't making no progress. See, the role of the vanguard in any revolutionary struggle is to lead. When it ceases to lead, it ceases to be the vanguard. The vanguard is no more than the guardians of the struggle. And people have to understand, people with certain skills, that's your role. Students, that's your role. You have to occupy the vanguard position in the struggle because you have certain skills, because you can do certain things.
I do, man, like, especially as I get older, I'm like, it's a huge responsibility that we put on the younger generation, especially when at this time, obviously the excuse wasn't there, or the reason, it's not really an excuse, but when you don't have a vanguard party, when you don't have political leaders to in real time learn from, it makes it, I think it's an unfair burden on the younger generation. But that's why I was so impressed, and by that time I had already graduated, with the student encampments. I really was. I'll leave it there. I'll leave that there. But yeah.
You cannot divorce yourself from that community. You cannot set your college apart from the community that you came from. See, down south, what happens down south in black universities?
Operation Popeye, I'm going to look. Clarify who you mean, because if you're accusing me of drinking too much, I don't care. But if you're accusing Imam Jamil Al-Amim, then yeah, you're getting banned. So speak the fuck up and clarify. You got like 2 minutes to clarify or else you're getting banned.
That when they build a black university, there's usually a physical boundary. It's a railroad track or a lake or something that separates that black university from black community. And so what happens is automatically black students begin to assume that they're different from the people on the other side of the tracks. So all of a sudden they get scared to go out there where they got to buy their wine, because that's all they're going across for. They get scared to go out there because they think it's an entirely different person on the other side of the track. Again, the man is divided. He's made black people think that they're different. That's again, that's a luxury we can't afford. You have to
see, Linstack? You see, Linstack? This is why you cannot be charitable to these people, Linstack. They're literally right under you. Call me fail every time. Sweeter than anything. I love that you still give people the benefit of the doubt, Linstack. I really do. I really do love that. I think that is a precious thing that I still had.
Understand in terms of how the man moves, how oppression comes down. He stratifies the community. You examine what happened in terms of the Jews in Germany. He didn't just vamp on the Jews. He got them segment by segment, in other words. The rich Jews say, well, he ain't gonna mess with us. He just getting them poor Jews, them troublemakers. Right. The same thing happens here in the black community. During the rebellion, black people who were doctors and who were professionals said, well, they ain't gonna mess with us. They just getting the lawbreakers. But what really happened was that one of them doctors got caught out there in Newark, and the cop whooped his head till it broke like Oakley. Then he started talking about we and us. See, but that's the nature of repression. Repression tends to force people together. And it becomes a question as to whether the vanguard can afford to wait till repression forces them together. Given that, you know,
I just reported and flagged them because that is fucking A, man. I'm sorry about that, y'all. Yeah. Yep. Yep. I'm sorry about that, y'all. Real time, real fucking time. Confirmation of why is just no fucking point of aligning with these fucking people, man. Sorry about that, y'all.
A lot of people, the masses of people even say,
to be honest, I didn't even know you could fucking type that shit on a fucking YouTube fucking chat, bro. Like, what the fuck? Like, that should not be something that I had to manually fucking censor. Yeah, I have live chat on. I mean, I reported it pretty quick, but yeah, maybe Tree. Those who didn't see probably already had him blocked. Yeah, that's crazy. You would assume that YouTube would have that word censored to begin with. Because I've had certain comments censored for saying fucking being critical of the Zionist entity. That is fucking weird. Yeah, that's exactly Alexander, that's what I'm saying. How did that even yeah, slide through the automod, I'm guessing? Yeah, slip through, yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm sorry, y'all. Again, I mean, I don't think I'm wrong for assuming that YouTube should have fucking automatically, like, not allow the N-word. Jesus. All right.
Be forced together as a result of repression. The question then becomes, can the vanguard afford to wait until repression forces them together? See, if we are correct in our assumption that the man is coming down every day against black people, then where does that leave us? If he has a timetable, if he operates off that timetable, is it the role of the vanguard to sit back and let that timetable expire, or is it the role of the vanguard to offset the timetable? This is a question that students, again, people who should be occupying vanguard roles in the struggle because of the skills that they have, nothing else. Because of the skills. You have certain skills that can be utilized. Students should be organizing welfare mothers. Students should be organizing young schools. You should be educating kids who are being trained every day. You should be educating.
And why he means train, remember, the education versus the train thing. You should be educating kids being trained. Being trained to do what? To be good little subjects of the settler colonial empire. And by educating them, you're providing them the tools. The tools to recognize the training. The tools to, you know, break away from that training. Learn how to fucking play the game. Be like, oh, this is how you want to train us. All right, cool. Here's how I'm going to use that to the advantage. With, you know, the education.
So you have to see your role because you have certain skills. You see, a revolutionary is not only a person who shoots a gun. See, I think a lot of times we've overemphasized the role of the gun in revolutionary struggle. A revolutionary is not only the person who shoots a gun. A revolutionary functions in the struggle on whatever level he happens to be. See, there's something that's going on out at the IBM plant. Somebody's out there sabotaging the machines. They don't know who it is. Could be Leroy 00 Soul Buckwheat Johnson Jr. They don't know what's going on, but they know it.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying he's not fucking hilarious. I'm not saying he couldn't make a crowd laugh. I'm just talking about, you know, his vibe, I guess, especially as he got older.
That their machines are breaking down. He's committed a revolutionary act against that company. So wherever you exist, you can exist in a revolutionary fashion if you are committed to revolutionary struggle. See, it's no longer adequate for us to say that we're going to have revolution by any means necessary.
Okay, I love this part because certain slogans or certain things become slogans and in the hands of radlibs get watered down to an atrocious, meaningless, I don't know, fucking meme, I guess. Meme would be like the most appropriate thing that it becomes. By any means necessary, I think for the longest has been something that radlibs have avoided. But I have noticed a trend of them trying to act a little bit tougher, a little bit more, trying to beat their chest a little bit more. So I love this addendum, I guess, maybe, would be the appropriate thing. Or expansion of it.
You have to begin to define the means that are necessary. You can't say struggle by any means necessary. Because again, you're allowing cats to do their own thing. You allow a cat to say, well, you know, I'm fighting the revolution in this way, Jack. I'm going to get some of the mad money. And that's how I'm fighting the revolution. You must lay down guidelines for revolutionary struggle. And to do that, you must have a revolutionary ideology. People have to understand that in terms of ideology, ideology is shaped as a result of struggle. You don't just sit up one night and come up with the correct ideology. That ideology happens as a result of struggle, of being out there working with people. See, the mistakes that a lot of black people make in terms of going to the black community is that you go in there with a program. Go in with an ideology and work around the programs that exist. Don't go in there with a program. People got a program. They got to have a program to live every day down there. But go in there with an ideology that can tell that cat, I can make, you know, this a little easier on you. We have a revolutionary ideology that tells, you know, in terms of the cat who hustles, that, you know, if you do such and such a thing, you can, you know, in terms of alleviating the pressure and the oppression on other brothers, this can be done. Don't go in there and tell the brother, look here, man, put down your hustling, you know, give up your numbers. What do you have to offer him? Infuse in his mind, how can he use the money that he gets? You know, we need a cut of the money from the numbers to run a revolutionary organization. Then look at here, brother, this is what I want to talk to you about. I want to talk to you about, you know, giving me a cut of the money that you're getting from the numbers. That's your revolutionary duty. That's your...
So, and then we'll wrap up here with a speech, and I absolutely can't recommend listening to entirety of this, excuse me. Especially, like I said, like the later half of this, I think, like, yeah, it, you get different, like, man, such good sound bites that I don't think I could play on here, especially my channel having a warning. Again, the Bushnell thing made me laugh because it's like, well, you did it, but not in the right direction. Or anywho, I mean, if you're going to sacrifice yourself, right? Not advocating for adventurism at all, but just saying, right? And then in terms of, you know, he mentions himself and Kwame Ture, he's like, hey, like, we're not going to be the only ones that they're gonna target. Although we might be higher on the list, you know, they need other people to fill in those camps. So keep that in mind. Knuckle Sandwich, someone else in the Twitch chat. Wow. Yeah, I'm not too focused on Twitch, unfortunately. I'm not a gamer. But I appreciate you on Twitch as well. So highly recommend finishing this on your own. I had put it on the live stream. When I come back, we're going to dive into the Mamdani situation. We're going to read an article from Black Agenda Report that I was trying to read a week ago. But just go over some videos. Mamdani's short fucking interview on the Majority Report, which was absolutely pathetic. If you have any doubt that the Majority Report is, you know, working as a propaganda wing for the so-called left flank of the Democratic Party, rest assured, this confirms it. If the AOC interview didn't do so, especially when they refused to ask her, after being critical live when it happened, why she lied about the Harris-Biden administration working tirelessly for a ceasefire. So let me put something up to hold you all over. Or I just don't want to be disrespectful and play this and not be here. And normally I would say like that's inappropriate as somebody's content, but this is like a speech from the 70s. So I think this is okay, right? Are we cool with me continuing to play this? Because I never want to steal somebody's content. This is the truth. They posted this. I gave it a like. So again, I think this is like public domain stuff, right? So I'm just going to go ahead and play it.
It's a revolutionary obligation and your revolutionary duty. Don't go there and tell the cat, look at here, man, you got to give up that stuff. Because I got something better. It might be better. It might, but you're telling that cat to give up something that, you know, the way he knows how to live. That's his skill. For a program that he has never tried. For a program that you don't know if it's going to work. See, because most of our programs is theory at this point. The application of theory is the proof of theory. When we begin to apply that theory, when we can tell a cat that we got something that'll work. That's when, you know, cats will begin to come on. Until then, we have to use people on the level where they exist. We can't tell a cat, look at here, man. I mean, I don't, you know, don't go to the wall unless we got an alternative for it. What alternative do you have for a cat who you don't let go to the wall? You either make him aware that he's going to spend some time in jail and you prepare him for that. But to tell him, you know, just, hey man, don't go to the wall. The cat's going to look at you and say, well, what you got better? What do you know? What you got to offer me, man? I might be able to go to the wall and become a typist. What do you have better to offer me? See, programs exist in the black community. What we have to do is to forge a revolutionary ideology that makes those programs work for the struggle. Make the programs work for the struggle. Now, in terms of the whole role of college students at this point, black college students in particular, you have, you know, a vast, you know, there's a colony in Bedford-Stuyvesant, there's a colony in Harlem, you're surrounded by them. We need people, you know, to do work, to organize black people. We need people to go in and to work with black people, to infuse black people with that type of revolutionary ideology. Because if they don't have it, then every time Nixon comes up and screams that he got a new program, black capitalism, which is, you know, a myth, then they're going to try it out. They're going to go for the ghost. You go for the ghost. You know, you laugh, but you go for the ghost. See, the whole thing, you know, like in terms of where we are at now, where a lot of us are at now, is that we have infused as an ideology, or for an ideology, the whole concept of militant blackism. In other words, it has become sufficient for a lot of us to be black and proud. But understand that there is no contradiction between singing America is my home and saying that I'm black and I'm proud. There is no contradiction. So a lot of us are just...
So again, I hope that wasn't disrespectful. I have listened to this multiple times. I don't like to play other people's content when I'm not present, or, you know, quote unquote transforming it or making it my own or whatever. But at the same time, I feel like this would be an exception to that. So I hope I'm in the clear on that. The Twitch chat, there's two of us. You know what? And it's funny. I think they're actually, let me see if this is accurate or not. I think there might be, maybe not, more people. That's what, oh yeah. That's funny. Is there more people in the live chat there than... Oh, there is. My apologies, y'all. Oh, I always neglect the deculturation live chat. I hope there's no fucking racists over here. Claudia, greetings. Oh, solidification. I was alone in the Twitch chat, so I came over here. There's still somebody pushing crypto wallets, so that's interesting. Some love for Mighty Mouse. Remember though, Mighty Mouse was just cozying up to MMA Guru, so keep that in mind. Martin Hernandez, ¿cómo andamos? Yes, super weird. TJ super weird, yes. Some homeless people are super cool. In fact, I would say that most homeless people are super cool. And then more people mentioning Pharrell. That's hilarious. All right, y'all. The main chat never gets neglected, so I don't know what you're talking about, Yover. The main chat never gets neglected. In fact, that's like the main one. All right. Let's watch this pathetic fucking excuse. All he had was 13 minutes for them. Love it.
On the Majority Report, want to welcome back to the program the now mayor-elect.
Oh, shit. Hold on. Look how fucking pathetic they are. God damn, hold on. Give me one sec. Why the fuck did he do that? Look how absolutely pathetic they are. Bro, they like... Look, this is the world to them. This is all that they care about. It's so fucking pathetic. It's so fucking sad. Look at her fucking shit-eating grin, bro. It's just like a fucking... It's just all entertainment for her. It's like, yes, I got a new connection to the top.
Sam Cedar, Emma Vigeland on the Majority Report. Want to welcome back to the program the now mayor.
Why is this so low, man?
Elect Zoran Mamdani. Mr. Mayor-elect, thanks for joining us.
Very welcome. They tried very hard, the internet gods, to keep us off. They couldn't.
We have successfully, and that is, I know.
Let the people know we're calling in live.
Yes. Yes.
We should say that you're in the middle of your transition team. I know you guys are raising money for that because apparently there's no city money for that. And it's showing in the context of the internet. And so hopefully we can get folks to come and contribute to that effort. But we don't have you for very much. So
I mean, just ask your homegirl, Jessica Tish. Just ask her for a couple, like $1 million. Just ask her to drop $1 million for helping her, keep her fucking job. And yes, again, shout out to the Morning Remix crew for pointing out, and again, fucking appreciate the shout out, pointing out how the best time to get rid of Jessica Tish would have been at the beginning. Because then, one, it was expected, right? Two, the story would have blown over by the time that his administration actually started. And now the excuse would be like, well, the blowback of the NYPD, this and that. Right, so you're going to kowtow to a fucking... Is that how you say that word? Or is it kowtow? To the NYPD. But he already did it. Like, he groveled for them. He licked their boots on Fox News and privately. Let's see. Okay. Kowtow. Kowtow. To show obsequious difference. Fawn. Kowtow to the boss. Huh. To kneel and touch the forehead to the ground in token of homage, worship, or deep respect. All right.
I want to jump right into it. There's obviously a little bit of controversy since you've been over the past week or so. You went to go visit Donald Trump. He's the president of the United States. And there's also been...
You see that? You see immediately, bro, these people are so fucking sick. You want to go visit Donald Trump? He is the president of the United States. Yeah, I don't think anyone serious was critical of Mamdani, going to speak to Donald Trump. They were critical of how he went about it. Not that he was there. But again, Sam Cedar, I mean, look, 20 years of the Majority Report. Other than the subscriber count, other than his wealth, what has he accomplished with that platform? How has he mobilized his audience? I'm not talking about donations. I mean, they're going to do that here too. I'm talking about how has he mobilized and organized his audience. Motherfucker doesn't get off his ass. Been doing it for 20 years.
And talk about you were asked about supporting Hakeem Jeffries this weekend. I'm really curious as to the. It seems to me you have two constituencies. you have the citizens of New York City who elected you on 4 major material platforms. And then you also have movement people and
Jesus fucking Christ. 20 years and you can't get a fucking question out in a timely goddamn manner, bro. I gotta speed this shit up. My fucking God, dude. And he has a time constraint. And he's still, yeah, let's, you know, 2 groups of, yeah, would you, this is not fucking difficult, bro. It really isn't. You have 2 fucking decades of experience. Holy fucking shit. Thank God he's so fucking abhorrent at this. Thank fucking God, or else we'd have to deal with this guy on MSNBC like nightly. He'll get like a little side gig. He'll fill in for Chris Hayes. He'll get a little side gig at CNN, but that's about it. But Jesus fucking Christ, bro. I have to speed this up.
Who are looking for you to bring a politics that's associated with the DSA and progressive left of the Democratic Party. And, you know, there's people who are in both parts of that Venn diagram. I think we are probably. How do you serve both those things? Like, or do you?
Jesus Christ. Look, I'm not saying I'm an expert at this. Y'all hear me stutter, mutter, fucking struggle to read sometimes. But I don't have 2 decades of experience doing this. Holy fucking shit. But the bigger bullshit here is that he considers himself both members of that constituency. As New Yorkers and as part of like the DSA. Emma Vigeland admitted that she does not go to DSA meetings. I'm assuming Matt Lech doesn't either. I'm pretty sure he has said as much. That they only pay dues. But they don't actually go to meetings. Fucking pathetic. Absolutely fucking pathetic when this is your fucking job. This is your career. They only work 4 days out of the week. Right? Or at least Emma does. She gets one day out of the week off and then the weekend, Saturday and Sunday. So she only works 4 days out of the week. And she's only the main host 1 day out of that week. And she can't make time to go to a fucking DSA meeting. And you know that they're completely disconnected from local politics, even though that's their fucking job. Because both Sam Cedar and Emma Vigeland, as well as Matt Lech, initially endorsed Nomiki Konst. That's how you say her name. Completely unaware that DSA had already endorsed Gonzalez. Completely unaware of it. And this is your fucking career. This is your fucking job. And you're like pretending to be part of DSA. How does that make any fucking sense? Man. Yeah, the fact that these people, especially Emma Vigeland, tries to pretend that she's like, and she'll do it here, that she's struggling like any one of us, when she does take more than the 3 days off, for sure.
Feel that there have to be concessions made on one side or another or both? I mean, how do you, what trumps, forgive the pun?
Sorry.
I think
lazy fucking, oh my God. One thing is like, when people say, forgive the pun or no pun intended, it's such a fucking lazy fucking. I'm not saying I haven't done it. I'm saying I've been lazy when I do it. But again, 2 decades.
Democratic Party. And, you know, there's people who are in both parts of that Venn diagram. I think we are probably. How do you serve?
Probably.
Both those things. Or do you feel that there have to be concessions made on both those things? Or do you feel that there have to be concessions made on one side or another? Or do you feel that there have to be concessions made on both those things? Or do you feel that there have to be concessions made on one side or another or both? Or do you feel that there have to be concessions made on one side of those things? Or do you?
Look, I'm not saying I don't do this. I'm not saying this isn't normal. What I'm saying is, after 20 fucking years, this is a standard. This is the standard he has set. I mean, when we talk about mediocre white men, about failing upwards, understand this is Sam Cedar. 1908, dude, you're killing us. All right, okay. Okay. All right, let's move on. You're right.
You feel that there have to be concessions made on one side or another or both? I mean, how do you? What trumps? Forgive the pun.
I think what gives me hope, frankly, is that I don't actually see these as two distinct constituencies innately of themselves. I think it's at the heart of both New Yorkers at large and of the movement that I'm so proud to be a part of is a concern for the material. What does any decision actually mean for working people's ability to live a dignified life? And that, to me, has to be the framework through which I approach any decision or conversation. And there's been a lot of questions I've been asked of who won in the conversation you had with President Trump, and it is all geared towards the sense that it has to be one politician or the other politician. And what I've said is, in fact, that it was New Yorkers who won, because it's New Yorkers that we actually spoke about. And I actually told the president directly that, we launched our campaign on October 23rd of last year, but there were far more people who actually heard about us after the president won election, where we went and interviewed New Yorkers in the hearts of the neighborhoods that swung towards in New York City, right? Fordham Road in the Bronx, Hillside Avenue in Queens. And I spoke to the president how it was cost of living that brought those New Yorkers to his campaign and cheaper groceries, and how we sought to build a campaign looking to answer the question of how do we bring those voters back into a Democratic primary. And
I mean, he says it there. Right? I mean, he's running as a Democrat. Yes, he's DSA endorsed, but his role is to bring people back to the Democratic Party. His role is to bring people back to the Democratic Party. Even as it carried out a genocide, that's what his role was. Yes, he won under a Trump administration. Yes, all that shit. But the build-up to it was still to bring people back to the Democratic Party. That is his role. And for whatever reason, these people don't fucking hear that, right? Or they do, and they support that. They're like, yes, we are gonna go. We're gonna go and push sheepdog everyone into the Democratic Party. Anyone that's been disillusioned with them as he carried out a fucking genocide, we're gonna bring them back with a new pretty brown face that never stops smiling. Man.
Back into the politics of our city. And we did so by listening to their concerns and looking to build a platform that spoke directly to them as opposed to have to be translated to them. And even in the conversation around, the question of primary challenges, and, much of this I would say is typically private within DSA, but everything I've said has been reported publicly, so I might as well just speak about it to you directly, is...
And they laugh at it, but if the Republican Party was like trying to conceal this shit or keep it under wraps, they would be crying and complaining. This should be public. This should be known. There should be transparency here. And again, now I'm starting to see like the caricature of, appealing to the Oriental fucking gaze, or the Orientalism gaze. How would you say that? Of always fucking, I don't think I mentioned how he's always like forcing a giant smile. But now that I'm seeing it post victory, he for sure, this is a little like, help me out, chat. I don't want to be disrespectful, but is there an equivalent to like thank you so much. Thank you so much, Crank. They're Orientalists and gays. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. Yes, perfectly said. There's what is like the minstrel equivalent here. What is that? Of always like, I know SNL made fun of it. I can't play that, but it is weird. Knuckle Sandwich, I got Twitch for Hassan a few months back. I don't even listen to him anymore. Thank you. Thanks to you. I appreciate it. Look, my goal is not to steal Hassan's audience. That is not my goal whatsoever. But I appreciate it. My goal is to help colonized people fucking realize that Sam Cedar, Emma Biglin, Matt Legg, Hassan Piker, Kyle Kalinske, Crystal Ball, all these, Wonder Bread Tube, even if they're not on YouTube, are our enemies. They are counterinsurgent propagandists through and through. And until that is at least acknowledged, you can still support them. You can still, say, hey, you know what? I find it entertaining. I find it educational, whatever. But if you got to acknowledge that their goal is to stop any movement to their left. Literally saying, Mamdani is literally fucking saying, I'm here to bring people back to the Democratic Party. And Sam Cedar has always been connected to the Democratic Party. Emma Viglin's family is connected to the Democratic Party. Come on now. Sam Cedar's Hassan Piker's getting invited to the DNC. Come on now. No, Yipper, definitely that is definitely not my goal. I already have enough guilt about not organizing enough and not being proactive enough in my union responsibilities. All right, let's get to it.
In DSA, but everything I've said has been reported publicly, so I might as well just speak about it to you directly. I went to the endorsement forum that was considering whether or not to endorse C in that primary challenge, and what I said there is that this is not a question of the ballot box of who you would rather vote for. This is a question of how you want to spend the next year. Do you want to spend the next year fulfilling the agenda at the heart of this movement, or do you want to spend it defending the caricatures of that movement?
This makes absolutely no fucking sense. ¿Por qué no los dos? Why not both? What is stopping DSA from endorsing challengers to Hakeem Jeffries? And mind you, I said I understand why DSA would not endorse Osei. I said that off the bat. I completely understand why you wouldn't want to endorse a newcomer. Demonstrate why you're, and I think I was confusing Osei with the other cat as well. I forget his name. I might have been conflating them a little bit, so my apologies there. But endorse people that have demonstrated their dedication, right? Because let's see, when did Osei join? Because now that I'm thinking about it, I think I might have Osei DSA. Che Osei. One month ago? No, that can't be right. God damn. But it was recent, right? I know somebody was giving Kamau a hard time for just looking at the AI suggestions. I do know you can actually click to read further on it, right? Because that has references. Yeah. Let's see if I can do this real quick. Let's see if it's up. Nope. Shit, man. But we're assuming that it was relatively recent, right? But there's another guy that's worse, that was straight up like voting for like center right people instead of like even leftists. Anywho, with Osei, I understand why the DSA would be like, hey, you know what? We just can't put that effort and resources onto somebody who we don't quite trust yet, who hasn't like proven himself to be a loyal party member. I absolutely understand that. I explained myself. I think they're correct on that line. However, my criticism is for Alejandro Ocasio-Cortez and Mamdani in the sense of like, you're just pushing against this and using your influence and your weight that outweighs the parties to oppose this because of whatever backroom deal you made with Hakeem Jeffries. We know that AOC, she put it out there that if she won the Oversight Committee chair, that she would stop endorsing challengers to incumbents, meaning she would pull up the ladder behind her and not support individuals inspired by her. In other words, she would be selling out the political movement for her political ascendancy. Now, Mamdani is essentially doing the same thing. Hey, I got the Hakeem Jeffries endorsement last minute. Meaning there was some negotiating going on behind the scenes to secure that endorsement. Mind you, I don't think he needed it, but nonetheless, he went out of his way to negotiate that endorsement. That's the only reason it came so late in the game. And I do believe that all evidence points to part of that deal for the endorsement from Hakeem Jeffries was for Mamdani not to endorse any challenger to Hakeem Jeffries. This is just an assumption that I'm making based off the fact that the logic that Mamdani is spreading for his reason makes no sense. The DSA should be continuously pushing challengers to Hakeem Jeffries that they believe in, right? That should be the goal. If we were to say that Osei was like the perfect fucking DSA member and he stepped up, everything else the same at this moment. Everything else the same except the fact that Osei had been for a fucking decade a devoted DSA member. And DSA decides to fucking support him. AOC and Mamdani would still come out here and oppose his endorsement to protect Hakeem Jeffries for whatever backroom deal they made. Because what they're thinking is that the Democratic Party is going to regain power. Hakeem Jeffries will wield more power than he has now within the Democratic Party. And they want to cozy up to him. They want to make sure they're on his good side. That's what they're thinking about. It's not about Osei not being, the appropriate person to endorse. That's DSA's reason, and I believe that is the correct one. But AOC and Mamdani are concerned about the deals that they made with Hakeem Jeffries, who was an outright Zionist, who is still going to fuck him over regardless. So it's just super frustrating. Yo, what? Hold on.
And we are tracking breaking news for you out of Washington, D.C. We have just learned 2 uniformed military personnel have been shot near the White House. Now, their condition's still unclear, and we do know that the ATF is responding. Witnesses and sources say that they appear to be U.S. National Guardsmen. Stay with Action News, both on air and online, for updates to this breaking story.
We have breaking news just into CNN. Several people have been shot, including a National Guardsman just a few blocks from the White House. D.C. Metro Police said that they are on the scene. They're asking folks in the area to avoid going there. We're now joined by CNN.
Hold on, I gotta check what's going on. This was barking up a storm over here. Nosy ass. He's gonna stay in the living room. Didn't metiche away.
Senior law enforcement analyst Andrew McCabe, a former FBI deputy director. Andy, we are just learning from our producer that the scene has been secured. This is 17th and I, 1 block from the White House. There is a suspect currently in custody. Obviously, we have very limited details, just that several people were hurt. At least one member of the U.S. National Guard has been shot. Can you give us...
Here's the thing, and it's so fucking funny seeing, you know, the white supremacist left call ICE the American Gestapo. Because it's like, what was the FBI? What was the FBI, right? Look, I understand, like, always, they love comparing everything to Nazis because the US was the good guys. It's very similar to how a lot of liberals will say, like, oh, what is this? Like, North Korea. A lot of conservatives will say, what is this, China? Shit like that, right? There's levels to it. The comparisons are always meant to uplift the idea of America, American exceptionalism. And it's because they're fucking racist, so they have to compare it to another country, right? With the exception of the Nazis, it's because they're like, we were the good guys in comparison. So if you want to imagine something really evil, don't think of something the United States done, think about the Nazis, right? Fucking ridiculous. But yeah, they're definitely, red lips are definitely like, this is not okay. We don't know any context. More than likely, this was a reactionary, probably one that is into conspiracy theories. Wouldn't be surprised if it was influenced by the Epstein files. It's all complete, you know, shot in the darks. But it's more than likely that. It is always super rare that it's a leftist adventurist. Quite often, more often than not, in fact, I would say like 90% of the time, it is a reactionary who fell too deep into some conspiracy theories and feels like he's got to, you know, take justice to his own hands.
A sense of how an investigation like this begins, essentially. We have a suspect in custody, but now is when some of the real work begins.
Yeah, absolutely. So, especially if we go back maybe half an hour or so before we learn this, just know.
Sorry for the Twitch chat, since y'all can't see it. AD says Carnazo or Carnos AD. I like calling them the new Pinkertons. These guys are doing Pinkerton shit from the peak capitalist crackdowns in the late 1800s. That's solid. I like that. Because we always have to like center these comparisons back to U.S. history. We just have to, like, I feel like that is part of our responsibilities to not allow these fucking, we can make America, look, rat lips believe in making America great. They don't believe in making America great again necessarily, but they believe in making it great. fulfilling, you know, the promise and the potential of the fucking a shining house on the hill. They believe in that shit, which is still white supremacist. It's still fucking chauvinistic. It's still nativist as fuck. It is still pro settler colonial project. You know what? I see you, Thorn and Empire. Perfect storm for the surveillance state to go on overdrive. You know, we've been there. It's just at this point, it's like, to what extent? But it's been an overdrive since, at least, at the very least, the Patriot Act. But I'm sure we go further back. Again, the article that we read about Mamdani taking over NYPD surveillance state, he kept Commissioner Tisch on there for a reason. He's not combating it whatsoever. I mean, he said it himself, I did not run on police reform. He ran on maintaining the police. Remember, it's not defund the police. It's definitely not abolish the police. It's maintain the police. Zoran Mamdani.
Knowing there's been a shooting in that area, as Chief pointed out, you've got so many different agencies that are overlapping each other in this space. DC Metro PD clearly in the lead here. This is their turf, but you're in between the White House, where you have Secret Service, you've got Park Police. They have locations that they're responsible for all over the city. You've got the other federal agencies like the FBI. So there's the capability of a massive response. And usually I've seen it in responding to many situations in DC. You get an over response. People, officers on the street self-deploy to the area around the spot because they want to be helpful and they want to be able to kind of see what they can accomplish. And that's not that can be challenging with traffic and getting, if you have medevac issues, it's tough to get ambulances in and out of there. But for this, where you're looking for a subject, the more law enforcement, eyeballs that you can put on that problem, the better off you are. So this is also an area where there is an extraordinarily high degree of video capture. Most of that is private businesses, residences, things like that will have.
All right, this is all speculation at this point. Again, I gotta behave myself, but yeah, I'm definitely fucking praying for their speedy recovery. Again, I think the odds are in favor of some reactionary, but we'll see. We'll see. Maybe someone became an adventurist. Highly doubt that. Again, we oppose adventurism not because we care about the feelings of these reactionaries, but because adventurism is with no organization, without a movement behind you. You're just setting people up with no real outcome. Look at Luigi. Yes, the medical system changed thanks to him. Flags half mast. Yep, just about to go outside and fucking move my flag right now. And these National Guard members had families. Look, this is some liberal ass shit, but and I can't play it. Oh man, I can't play it. Some libs were walking behind the National Guard playing the Star Wars Empire music. And it's total fucking lib shit, but they live in a fantasy world forever. They can't grow up. Arrested Development. But I'm sure it annoyed them, which is the only funny part of that, I guess. All right, back to this.
And the decision that I made, and the one that I shared with other members that night as they were considering how to participate in that democratic process, is to maximize every chance we have to fulfill the promises we made, door after door, call after call, with many New Yorkers who had otherwise lost faith in politics years ago, so that we can tell them that success isn't just measured in the election we've already had, but also in our fulfillment of the agenda at the heart of that election.
Well,
and
yes.
I think that this...
Oh, sorry. Go on.
Well, and I was just going to say that I don't ever presume that everyone will come to the same conclusion as me. I don't think that dissent or critique is something that I'm above in sharing these decisions, but they do come from this as my framework, and I think it's honestly helpful to be able to share it with people.
No,
Yeah, in other words, it's like super helpful for the Majority Report to ask these questions without any challenge, without any pushback. whatsoever. I mean, Emma Vigeland was jumping in there to aid Mamdani, because the thing is, you don't want to give the audience any time to think for themselves. You want to prevent that as much as possible. So as soon as Mamdani spews his fucking bullshit about, do you want me to accomplish things for New York City, or do you want to challenge Hakeem Jeffries' DSA? You decide. That's essentially what he's saying. When you break it down, all the bullshit aside, that's what he's saying. And before the audience can be given the time to register what he's saying, Emma Vigeland has to jump in there and be like, look over here. What about this? Oh, look over here. So they feel like they're being informed. They're not questioning this politician. And the funny thing is that Sam Cedar would randomly, he brags about, like, I don't really interview politicians because what's the point? What am I going to ask them or offer them that, that is unique or different? But the reason why they have Alejandro Ocasio-Cortez, the reason why they have Mamdani on, the reason that they have, who else did they have recently that was also part of the media propaganda creation, the squad? Ilhan Omar. They had Ilhan Omar. The reason they have them on is because, as I've been saying, these like fucking Majority Report, Cal Kalinske, Crystal Ball, these breaking point people are essentially there to pretend to be to the left or the independent media space. So they have the opportunity to push propaganda on people that think they're beyond being propagandized. These fucking people that support them, that watch them, that are subscribed to them, are like, oh yeah, no, I don't watch mainstream media anymore. I can't trust them. And so the beast, the machine, adapts and was like, all right, cool. Let me push Sam Cedar, a failed Hollywood fucking sitcom writer. That's what they do. Let me push Emma Vigeland, whose family's connected to the DNC. Let's go ahead and push that. Let's push Crystal Ball, who used to be part of the fucking machine. Let's push fucking Sagar in that case as well, who's a straight up white fucking supremacist. And they do that, and people are lulled to sleep and be like, yeah, I'm listening to something different, something outside of the mainstream. Nah, bro, nah. You're not. You're just the most current fucking update to how they're pushing propaganda.
I appreciate that, and I'm just eager to ask you these things because we have you for such a limited time. Really, is one is it your kind of belief basically that delivering on your agenda in terms of the macro constituency that Sam was?
Sorry. These people are actually this fucking stupid. They actually believe this stuff. Look how she like really puts thought into this.
And I think it's honestly helpful to be able to share it with people.
No, I appreciate that, and I'm just eager to ask you these things because we have you for such a limited time. Really, is one is it your kind of belief basically that
look it's tiny, but look she really, her brain's working here.
The time really is one is it your kind of belief
right here,
basically that
right here. Look, this face is the face of someone thinking like, how do you really, you're like you're putting that brain to fucking work. These people fucking believe this shit, like hook, line, and fuck. I don't know. Sam's been around long enough to be like, he's just playing along. But Emma Vigeland's enough of a complete fucking idiot and loser, right? Remember, these people are fucking failures. They had every opportunity to fucking be on the tip top, and here they are on fucking YouTube. But look at, it's just like, she's really thinking about it, like, wow. Yeah, no, you're definitely playing 4D chess and not aligning with Zionists and fascists. Yeah.
Delivering on your agenda in terms of the macro constituency that Sam was just speaking about is the best way to kind of show how the movement can expand and have more politicians like yourself across the country run in that way. And
her fucking question is, are you saying that by not supporting challengers to Hakeem Jeffries and instead just being the best Mamdani you can be, that's how we get more politicians elected? Well, if he's not going to fucking endorse challengers to incumbents, it doesn't matter how fucking great he is. It doesn't matter how fucking great he is. The Democratic establishment is going to continue to win. And that is his role. His role is to regain the trust of the people for the Democratic Party. not to bring about a change within the Democratic Party. Why is that so difficult for them to understand?
In terms of the macro constituency that Sam was just speaking about, is the best way to kind of show how the movement can expand and have more politicians like yourself across the country run in that way. And I would imagine that was motivating you and what you said to DSA. And two, does that mean that you're ruling out supporting primary challenges broadly throughout the city?
No, that I've made no sweeping.
Okay, cool. There has to be a follow-up, right? You would think there's a follow-up to his answer to make sure that he doesn't spew another. We'll pull up his conversation with Mehdi Hassan, who Ali Winston accurately called out as just pure fucking fluff.
Primary challenges broadly throughout the city.
No, that I've made no sweeping decision on something at like a larger level as that. And to your first question, I think often about.
So no. But again, whatever other endorsements aren't going to involve Hakeem Jeffries. How did he get that last minute Hakeem Jeffrey endorsement? What did it cost? What was the backroom deal for that? But they don't lock in on that shit.
About what Bernie said at our rally, which was that what our opponents in the campaign feared the most was the power.
And again, if you have any doubt that these fools are National Socialists, their fucking political leader is a Zionist.
Which was that what about what Bernie said at our rally, which was that what our opponents in the campaign feared the most was the power of example. And that example is not of just winning the election. That's the example of delivering a rent freeze, of fast and free buses, of universal childcare, because those are things you can hold on to. Those are things that you can actually feel and see in your life. And so much of politics is this game of translation where a politician says something and then you have to jump through 10 hoops to understand how it relates to you, or if you're eligible, or if you hit the threshold. And these are not things that require that kind of a translation. These are things that are direct to our lives. And I think that it's, I remember when I was running for assembly, a friend of mine, Kara McCurdy, who's an incredible photographer who works on our campaign, I gave her the palm card that we had just designed with Anish, who actually created the logo for this mayoral campaign. And I thought it was the best palm card we'd ever made. And she looked at it and she said, "What do these words mean?" And we were just using a language that speaks only to a very specific set of people. And I think it just comes back to that you need to speak directly to people, you need to speak about policies that are also direct to their lives, and it all needs to be without translation. And so to me, once we succeed in the fulfillment of any part of this agenda, it becomes an example of why New Yorkers made the right decision to believe that politics could be more than this, as opposed to that they were wrong to have hope again.
The fucking fluff. Oh my God. We had to hear about his fucking photographer. We had to hear about that. The absolute fucking fluff. Here's the issue. The follow-up question would be, okay, once you have delivered, will you endorse a Democratic, Socialist, approved, DSA approved candidate challenging Hakeem Jeffries? That would be the follow-up, right? So you will endorse somebody that will challenge Hakeem Jeffries once you've established yourself, right? Or something along those lines. Because that's what we have to know. Whether or not she made a very broad, who said this? Somebody made a great point here. That it wasn't a question, it was rhetorical praise. Sorry, I'm not seeing it anymore. Shoot. My bad, y'all. Anywho. Someone made a good point, but I totally missed it and I'm not seeing it right now. Sorry, yes. I see you now. It is Thorn in the Empire. Not a question, but rhetorical praise. Exactly. Praise in the form of a question. Emma asks, does this go across the board? You're not going to endorse anyone. He's like, no, of course not. Well, yeah, because those people aren't challenging fucking Hakeem Jeffries. Those people aren't going to fucking buck the system, right? Those people aren't going to ruin whatever agreements he's made behind closed doors. The question is, will you at some point endorse a candidate that's running against Hakeem Jeffries? Because Hakeem Jeffries is young enough to where he can be an establishment Democrat for fucking decades. So the question should be, focus on Hakeem Jeffries. Will you endorse someone that challenges him? At what point would you feel comfortable to do so? What are the requirements? What are the conditions for your fucking endorsement? If DSA were to endorse him, would you endorse him as well? That should be the fucking question.
I don't want to put too much pressure on you, but I am quite convinced that your success in achieving these, you know, the four main planks that of affordability that you ran on, I think are really fundamental to the future of the movement. And so
of the movement. You mean of the Democratic Party? You mean of the Democratic Party? Now, I'm not saying the Democratic Party itself. 2 decades in the scene. Yeah, okay. Sam Cedar with his fucking talent. Come on now. There's been some paychecks there. Maybe not directly from the fucking DNC fucking. But come on, there's always a workaround.
So, you know, that's why my interest in where you feel like you have to make those decisions that are focused on delivering that material thing. About 6 months after you won the primary, we were talking that you have a limited window of peak leverage, not just because you're coming off of the win, but also because Albany is tied up in the governor's race, and the present governor has a candidate running to her left in some fashion, and that it might provide you with more leverage. I'm curious, and it ties into this fact that, like, it's nuts to me that there isn't transition funds. That because
it's nuts to me too, brother.
I would imagine. I mean,
bro, you have limited time with him. Get to your fucking question. Holy fucking shit. He loves the sounds of his fucking stutters. God damn.
It's honestly, this isn't, you know, with all due respect to my hometown, this isn't, you're not becoming mayor of Worcester, Massachusetts. This is a big city. And, but your need for transition to be running on day one, because what do you see as like your window of peak leverage to get what you need for the city?
Holy fucking shit. Their hard-hitting question is, what is your window for peak leverage? What is your window for peak leverage? How is that relevant or significant in any fucking way when whatever the fuck that window is, he didn't use it to replace Jessica Tisch as the NYPD commissioner? Who gives a fuck what the peak leverage is, because he's not going to use it to the utmost. Peak leverage would be used to replace Jessica Tisch as the NYPD commissioner. That would be peak fucking leverage. He shut the fucking window himself. Mamdani shut the window himself. Said, good grace, peak leverage, don't need it. I'd rather fucking be a comprador. What was that? Was that like 45 fucking seconds to get to that fucking... Oh my... Counterinsurgents propagandists right here. Well, let's find out. Look, when does he start fucking yapping? Hold on.
Back to that, you need to speak directly to people. You need to speak once we 6 New Yorkers made the right decision to believe that politics could be more than this, as opposed to that they were wrong to have hope again.
I don't.
Okay, 7:56. 7:56. Hold on.
Transition. We want this in how impatient people
to get what you need for the city.
No, wait, hold on. That was not a 2-minute ramble. Stop. Stop. There is no fucking way he rambled for 2 minutes. No. I'm fucking up somehow. No. I'm fucking up. No fucking shot. Stop.
I don't want to put too much pressure on you, but I am quite convinced.
No fucking way. Am I missing something? Stop, bro. He is god fucking awful. Holy sh! Look. Oh, okay. Yes, I'm a hater. Yes, it's a vendetta. Yes, it's for life. You cannot be this bad at your fucking job after 2 decades. You cannot be this fucking god awful at your job that you have limited time with the mayor-elect and you waste 2 fucking minutes of that rambling? What the fuck? Tell me I'm fucking up. Tell me I'm fucking up. Tell me I'm fucking up. Wow.
Be running on day one, because what do you see is like your window of peak leverage to get what you need for the city?
He stops talking at 9:29.
Put too much,
as opposed to that they were wrong to have hope again.
And he starts talking. Okay, he starts talking at 7:56 and stops talking at 9:29. Almost 2 minutes. So 1 minute and 30 seconds. God damn, bro. It took you a fucking minute and 30 seconds, roughly, to get a fucking question out. Wow, man. Wow. I'm blown away. I know it might seem like I'm being nitpicky, but wow, they're just the bottom of the fucking barrel. Wow. Just absolutely mediocre. Calling him mediocre would be a fucking compliment. Jeez. Yeah, we're not listening to that again. Hold on, let's get to it. Dude, I gotta go this fucking far to hear Mamdani speak again. Look at that fucking gap. Boom. Holy fuck. To hear your guest talk.
Leverage to get what you need for the city.
I think New Yorkers are rightfully an impatient people. And I think what New Yorkers need to see is an urgency in how our administration is treating this work. And it actually all comes back to the transition. We want this transition.
And the question is just stupid as fuck if I didn't emphasize that enough. What is your peak window?
To be a time where we can do the work of preparation so that January 1st is not the day where I'm asking myself, I wonder who's going to be my first deputy mayor, right? Or I wonder who's going to be running my OMB, or I wish I had staff so that we could have done the vetting of the 70,000 applicants from our portal. And it means you have to ask people to invest in you in advance of your opportunity so that you can actually seize that opportunity when you're presented with it. And to me, I think that the first year is a critical time in how we start to both.
His answer is a year. God fucking damn it, bro. It took him 1 minute and 30 seconds, roughly, to ask him a question about his peak window. Mamdani is still rambling, and his answer is he believes that window is 1 year. Fucking shit, man. I regret I'm embarrassed that I ever thought that I was that I wasn't good enough to stream. Cause holy fucking shit. Wow.
Share our plans for the implementation of these policies, but also start to deliver for New Yorkers, because we often talk about President Trump in the context of disagreements that we have around policies or personnel. But one thing that I've often reflected on is that it seems as if the speed that Washington moves at right now is thought of as if it's exclusive to this specific presidency or this party or this ideology, when in fact it could be a marker for any kind of politics. And that's what New Yorkers also need to see. It's not, I'm not going to announce, on day one that we're going to establish a study or something. It's that we actually have to be doing the work of delivering and doing it in a way that New Yorkers can feel it in their lives, as opposed to something that they have to understand at an intellectual level. I can feel Amelia hovering over me, letting me know that I have to run away.
Okay. Really last question on this.
Wow, bro. just a bunch of fucking fluff. You're not campaigning anymore, bro. But I can't even blame Mamdani. What kind of fucking question was that? What kind of question was that? Like, what is he supposed to answer? I mean, that is an answer. Excuse me. That is a question designed for a fluff answer. That is a question designed for a fluff fucking answer. Wow. Okay. We're losing to these fucking people. We're losing to these fucking people. I mean, it's because they get all the funding and money and the platform and the legitimacy from the establishment. And they like to cry and say, well, we're not getting as much money as the Republican or reactionary political commentators. You're not. But you're also gatekeeping people to your left. You're also making sure that you are seen as the most legitimate voices of the left to ask. I mean, bro, like, we'll go to the transcript. I'm in low-key fucking disbelief. What the fuck is this thumbnail, bro? Oh my gosh, bro. Oh my fucking god. I want to see something. Hold up. They don't ask about Jessica. Do they ask about Tish? Am I spelling her name right? Let's see. I'm pretty sure I did. T-I-S, yes. Yeah. They don't even ask about Jessica Tish. Wow. Jesus fucking Christ.
Were you surprised when Trump joined you in calling on Con Edison to cut rates? Because for people that don't know, Con Ed's the electric gas utility monopoly in New York State. Do you feel that there are avenues to work with him on lowering Con Ed prices? Because my bill, everyone's bill in this office has been insane recently.
I am interested in exploring that further with the president. And when we were talking about what the cost of living crisis means for New Yorkers, when we got to the question of utilities, we were speaking about the fact that they only ever go up. They only ever increase on an annual basis. And you know, I have been a participant in a rate case before where I've advocated against an increase and spoken about the fact that at that time, 1 in 4 of my constituent cases in Astoria had to do with Con Ed. 1 in 4. And that is before they raised gas and electric by more than $60 a month. So I have hope. That's something that I want to explore. And I will always look to explore anything, frankly, that can address the cost of living crisis, and utilities are a big part of it.
All right, one
Thank
last
you guys so much.
quick one.
Okay.
I got a 12-year-old son. Where are you on snow days? He wants me to ask.
Oh my fucking god, bro.
I have not even talked to the policy team, but I'll just tell you, I love them.
Holy fucking shit. My son really wants to know, where are you on snow days? Bro, when I tell you that these fucking useless, absolute fucking useless counterinsurgent propagandists are there to normalize these new fucking national socialists. Holy fuck. Mind you, Sam Cedar, hell, get mad at me if you want. Sam Cedar fucking has his son, his 12-year-old son, pimps him out to be on the fucking show. Why do you have a fucking 12-year-old on a political show? To increase that parasocial fucking relationship, that's why. Damn. To increase, using your own fucking son to increase parasocial relationship with your audience. Why the fuck do you have a 12-year-old on a political show? Make that shit make sense at all. God damn. Yeah, let's not talk about Jessica Tish at all. Let's not talk about how you are maintaining the surveillance state and someone who was spying and violating the rights of the people in your fucking community that you're keeping in there. Someone who has vilified Palestinians and Palestinian, activists, pro-Palestinian activists. Let's not talk about that shit at all. Let's not talk about how from the looks of things, the reason Trump was so fucking happy with you is because you're going to be cutting a lot of fucking red tape in New York to make sure shitty ass fucking buildings get built. You don't solve the housing crisis by building more fucking buildings. That's never been the fucking issue. Of course, Trump wasn't, oh, this fucking kid's gonna play ball. Perfect. Obama already gave him the fucking call. Perfect. This is no fucking different than when they had Alejandra Ocasio-Cortez on. And instead of asking her, hey, why did you lie at the fucking DNC about Biden-Harris working tirelessly for a ceasefire? Sam was like, my daughter came up with these questions. Excuse me, no. My apologies. Sam was like, my daughter, she came up with these questions. My bad. I'll work on my fucking impersonations better. Literally this, bro.
Where
I may have to clean this up later. We'll find out soon.
Where can people contribute to the transition if they want to?
Literally this, bro. Where the fuck is the transfer? God damn, man. Now, look at this.
In terms of your attempt to chair the government oversight committee. And my daughter had a question that sort of dovetails into this. So I told her I would ask this question.
My daughter had a question that dovetails into this. Mind you, they didn't bother to ask, hey, were the rumors, were the whispers, were the mentions, were the allegations that you were willing to sacrifice endorsing any new challenger to incumbents? That you're willing to abandon sacrificing, advocating for them, endorsing them to secure this committee seat? Are they true? Were you going to pull the ladder up behind you? Were you going to abandon the movement to reform the fucking Democratic Party? They didn't bother to ask that shit. Instead, oh my, literally stuttering while saying it, my daughter had a fucking question.
Chair the government oversight committee. And your attempt to chair the government oversight committee. And my daughter had a question that sort of dovetails into this. So I told her I would ask this question. She wants to know, and I think sort of these two questions sort of address that whole dynamic. One is if you feel abandoned by the Democratic Party, and how so if you do. But also, she wants to know, how do you grapple with having to appeal to multiple different ideological groups within the Democratic Party and your constituency?
Yeah, well, two really good.
He's been doing this for 20 fucking years. And he's using his fucking, I'm assuming teenage daughter, if his son's 12. I think this is the daughter is older. 17, who knows? Bro. You're using your fucking daughter to come up with questions to ask Alejandra Ocasio-Cortez, and not once do you ask her why she lied at the DNC. I fucking hate these people, bro. I fucking hate these people. I hate these fucking people, bro. They don't deserve fucking, definitely not the platform that they have. Holy fucking shit. They're so fucking lucky too. They benefit from white supremacy to such a fucking goddamn extent that this is praised, and they're able to be fucking successful. They've never been hungry in their fucking lives. God damn, bro. Sorry, I should be offering. They turned off. Give me 1 sec. I should be offering real political criticism. This is just Making it personal. Fuck out of here with that shit. Free the children is crazy. Man. Let's oh look, yeah, this was funny. So Ali Winston points out accurately more of this fucking.
You said that as mayor, you'd be keeping on NYPD Commissioner Jessica Tisch. Many of your critics on the left say that keeping Tisch would be a continuation of the status quo here in New York City. She's against bail reform. She's spoken out against pro-Palestine protesters. She's even worked in the intelligence division that constructed a surveillance system for Muslims in New York. What do you say to your supporters who are a little bit disillusioned on this one appointment and say, come on, Zoran, why would you keep her on?
She is the devil. And they're a little disappointed. Pro read like a laundry list of why she's fucking awful and needs to be replaced immediately. Now let's see how Mehdi Hassan is known for, holding people's feet to the fire. Let's see what his follow-up to this ramble of Zoran Mamdani.
So I said in the primary that I would consider keeping on Commissioner Tisch, and then I said in the general.
He knew by then. By the way, he knew. The whole, I considered bullshit. Again, same shit with Hakeem Jeffries. Backroom deals. Backroom fucking deals.
Come on, Zoran. Why would you keep her on?
So I said in the primary that I would consider keeping on Commissioner Tisch, and then I said in the general that this is a decision I was making to retain her. And much of that had to do with the fact that when Eric Adams had appointed Commissioner Tisch, he had truly stacked the upper echelons of the NYPD with corruption and a complete lack of accountability. And what she has been able to do in the time that she's been commissioner has been to start to root that corruption out, start to deliver accountability, and reduce crime across the 5 boroughs. And that this is an appointment that I would make in tandem with delivering on the agenda that we put forward over the course of the primary. That's an agenda that will create a Department of Community Safety.
Yep.
That is an agenda that will ensure that we are dismantling the strategic response group as the way the NYPD responds to protests. And it's an agenda that understands that safety and justice have to be delivered together. This is a decision that fulfills and then develops that.
Are you planning on expanding the size of the New York Police Department?
The follow-up question to why he's keeping Jessica Tisch. I mean, to uphold, whatever corruption, let's just take it at their word, whatever corruption she's helped to eliminate at the NYPD, to uphold that above her Zionist targeting of Palestinians, pro-Palestinian activists, history of targeting of Muslims, to hold up that below clean up corruption is such a fucking pathetic excuse. And the follow-up question to it is, it's such a fucking, this feels like you're just watching a fucking show and everyone's assuming that it's fucking real. There is no reason to ask this question when this question has been asked multiple times throughout his campaign. And he has said, no, I do not plan to expand. I do not want to defund. I'm going to maintain. He was concerned about the turnover rate. And he blamed it on forced overtime. That was his angle. We've all known this. So why waste a question asking him a question in which the answer we've known, that he did not plan to cut, did not plan to expand, but he planned to maintain. The only reason he would do this is in order to, you got to squeeze that shit in there because yes, his critics are upset about Jessica Tisch, but remember, he's not going to expand the NYPD. So you can't get too mad. That is the purpose of that follow-up question. He's not holding his feet to the fire about Jessica Tish. He's using that moment to calm any critics. Well, he is keeping Jessica Tish on, but lame excuse about corruption. And remember, keep in mind, he's not going to expand the NYPD. We fucking known this. And the frustrating part is, like, it's not just about the answers, because everybody's aware that this was just fucking rambling and just saying fluff. We also had to look at the questions being asked. That's what we have to do, because Mehdi Hasan, it was revealed years ago that this guy is for sale. He is for fucking sale. He was playing the conservative brown Muslim back in the fucking UK. He was playing that role, and he was trying to cash in on that because it's easier. That didn't work out. Guess what? Goes to the States suddenly. It's part of the left movement. Piers Morgan did a similar thing, just not going to the left. Didn't make it back in the UK, got fucking thrown out. Comes over here.
No, I've said that the number of police officers that the department has is a sufficient number. The most important thing is that we only ask those officers to do the work of policing, as opposed to now, we're asking them to also take on the homelessness crisis, the mental health crisis, so many different examples of the failures of the social safety net. That's going to be the focus of the Department of Community Safety.
Just on Commissioner Tish, according to the New York Daily News, she received advance notice from the Trump administration about that horrific ICE raid along Canal Street last month, and that she apparently directed NYPD officers to stay away from ICE agents who were doing their jobs. Has that changed your view of her at all?
We went over this on a previous stream. Just listen closely to the answer.
And will that kind of thing be happening next year on your watch as well?
Will collaborate? Not even collaboration, because Jessica Tish was informed about it and told her officers to stay out of the fucking way. That's what Mehdi just said. She apparently directed NYPD officers.
He apparently directed NYPD officers to stay away from ICE agents who were doing their jobs.
And to stay away from ICE agents doing their jobs. Okay, awesome.
As well.
What I will make clear as the leader of this city is that the days of a mayor going on national television and opening the door to civil immigration enforcement, as Mayor Adams did, those days are coming to an end. The NYPD...
Okay. So he's not going to fucking celebrate them coming in like Adams did. Cool. All right.
He is not going to assist ICE in their operations.
The NYPD is not going to assist with ICE operations. So the same fucking shit Jessica Tish did. She did not tell the NYPD to assist ICE. She told them to stay out of their fucking way. Mamdani is saying the exact same fucking thing right here. Why can't people fucking hear this? Why can't people fucking hear this? He's saying it. Fucking A, bro.
Make clear as the leader of this city is that the days of a mayor going on national television and opening the door to civil immigration enforcement, as Mayor Adams did, those days are coming to an end. The NYPD is not going to assist ICE in their operations, and we are going to fulfill the laws of our city and our state, not violate them.
So just to be clear, if the Canal Street happened again, the NYPD commissioner on your watch would not be directing NYPD officers to stay out of it and let ICE do whatever they want.
Not aggressive enough, but asking for clarification about staying out of the way of ICE, which hints at being aware that Mamdani said assist. All right. And look, I want to be very clear. I don't think Mehdi Hasan's bad at his job. With the interview, the interview with Norm Finkelstein, it's the reason why Norm Finkelstein hates Mehdi Hasan is not because Mehdi Hasan is a fucking comprador. It's because he embarrassed Norm Finkelstein.
the NYPD commissioner would not be directing the NYPD to assist ICE in those operations.
Assist. This guy is a fucking con man. This guy fucking knows what he's doing. Assist. Doubles down on the word assist.
And I've also made clear that we should hold anyone in this same city and same state to the same set of laws, no matter who they are or what agency they're performing for.
Fuck's a tail. Fuck Mehdi Hassan. God damn, bro. Same as AOC crying at the border. Shit. Let's read this and then we'll wrap up. I do want to say, y'all, thank you so much for sticking around. Super chats are turned on. Super stickers are turned on. I got the memberships turned on YouTube, but also Patreon. Patreon is turned on. If you want to help out, I really appreciate it. $5 gets you into the door of the Discord. We're having a good time there. We're trying to grow that a bit. I appreciate all the support I've been getting. I'm honestly fucking amazed and so goddamn grateful. Again, if you can, the Patreon's there. Right after this, I'm going to start working on the Grand Platinum video. Tomorrow, apparently, I guess, are we going to do a Thanksgiving stream or not? Let me know, chat. Let me know. Look, I understand. We're struggling out here. It's hard to get a fucking day off. If you get it off and you can spend some time with the family, regardless of the reasons why, regardless of what everybody else is celebrating, I understand people doing it just to fucking kick back, relax, and be around your loved ones. You know, don't let anybody shame you for doing that. Now, if you're fucking over here worshiping Columbus and the Pilgrims, that's another conversation, right? But appreciate it. All right. From Black Agenda Report, Marwa Yusuf K. Mamdani and the liberal repackaging of power. Been wanting to read this one on stream for a minute. In the shadow of genocide, while Gaza burns and its skies bear witness to one of the most one-sided assaults in modern history, a Muslim man ran for mayor in the heart of the empire and won. People celebrated, calling it a win for progress, diversity, and even justice, as if a scheduled political election had reversed history. As if liberation had arrived not in the form of dismantling state power, but by crowning someone who could speak against it politely from within its walls. Zohar Mamdani's ascent was a familiar ritual, liberalism's favorite act. Take the language of resistance, draining it of substance and performing it just long enough to pacify those who still remember how to rage. And I do want to shout out Renee, who mentioned, I can't remember who she said, I can't remember who she was quoting, but I really, really love this. It wasn't liberal pacification. There was another word that she used that let's see, I have it right here. Progressive inertia. And apparently whoever coined that is coming back on this Saturday. So if anybody in the chat knows who they were referencing, but yeah. NDOM? What's NDOM? Okay. His campaign was slick, built on Bollywood soundtracks. Yo. Okay, look. Sometimes I could be like, again, I appreciate the shout out on Black Liberation Media, on the Morning Remix crew, Morning Remix show with the Morning Remix crew. I appreciate all that. But I was like, oh, they played the beginning of that clip where I'm like talking about shalom, which, you know, can be interpreted the wrong way. But sometimes I do kind of like, I'm kind of self-conscious about like, look, I don't want to be misunderstood. And so there's certain things about Mamdani's campaign thing. And like, it took me this long to mention the smiling thing where I'm like, that's very, very, I don't know what the cultural equivalent of a menstrual is, but the smiling and making white people feel more comfortable about you. Come on, that's a caricature, right? But early on, I did notice that. I did notice that. Look, I was vegan for a couple of years, and so I would frequent a lot of Indian restaurants, and they're always playing like either Bollywood movies or music videos, what have you. And so when I saw the Mamdani stuff, I was like, but I'm like, let me just not say anything because I'm not culturally educated enough to make a comment. But it was like it was kind of like, oh, okay. I understood why white people liked it. Let me say that much. I understood why white people liked it. I noticed that. And look, I get it. I fucking get it, you know? You gotta make him feel comfortable. Maybe I'll show up with a sombrero someday. Maybe I'll put on, I don't know, some maracas. We can figure some shit out. His campaign was slick, built on Bollywood soundtracks, trendy edits, and the images of the brown boy made good. Immigrant nostalgia was folded neatly into electoral language. It was carefully curated identity politics, designed not to unsettle power, but to charm it. It spoke to the hunger for representation among South Asian and Muslim communities, yet offered no real confrontation with the system responsible for their marginalization. The spectacle worked. And it worked all the way through. I mean, they're just gonna go through every fucking marginalized like group and just start fucking until they run out, I guess. Until they run out of fucking vendidos. And then they're gonna force them to have children, and their children are gonna be more. Shit. Oh man. When asked about globalizing the Intifada, Mamdani avoided both rejection and affirmation. Instead, he hedged, saying it wasn't his place to police language. But neutrality in the face of resistance is not neutrality, it is alignment with the status quo. God damn! God damn! Yes, it is. This is why we fucking read over here. Soon after, he tweeted that peace can only come from ending the occupation and dismantling apartheid, the type of language that leans towards liberation but stops short of naming its agents. He wants a dismantling that doesn't disturb. Apartheid is gone, but Israel remains. What the fuck have I been saying about these liberal Zionists and their collaborators? What the fuck have I been saying? I'm not able to say it this eloquently. I'm not able to say it this eloquently. I'll give you that. No questions there. But holy shit, it is so fucking affirming to know that people who are so much more intelligent than I am. It's just like, I'm not crazy. Liberation is abstracted from those who fight for it. Solidarity that never cost him anything. God damn. That is too fucking good. That is too fucking good. Yeah. And solidarity that doesn't cost a thing is not solidarity at all. Man. And then there was October 7th, when Palestinian fighters stormed out of Gaza, breaking the illusion of Israeli invincibility. The world recoiled. Zoran Mamdani issued a statement calling the attacks horrific. No mention of the 16-year blockade or the occupation. No historical context, just horror. Convenient, detached, and familiar. His words echoed familiar liberal Zionist talking points. The people of Gaza, dispossessed, besieged, brutalized, vanish from his story. Erased from the narrative in real time by the very politician claiming to stand for justice. Literally rode the pro-Palestinian movement to victory. And you can't convince me otherwise. And then betrayed it. And then fucking betrayed it. And it wasn't just Jessica Tish. It was going to fucking Zionist temples. Zionist synagogues. Who the rabbis were saying they're Zionists. The rabbis were saying they were Zionists. It was Mamdani saying, I will have Zionists of all spectrums. Not just liberal Zionists, mind you. It wasn't enough to normalize the Sam Cedars and the Peter Beinarts. No, God forbid. That was insufficient. Mamdani essentially said, if you are a rabid fucking Zionist, you can be in my administration. You have a place here. Come to me, Zionist. Come forth. That's what he was saying. God damn. Only weeks later, when outrage turned bipartisan, when silence became too loud to bear, did he pivot. He began by saying apartheid. He began referencing occupation, gesturing left again. But the shift felt calculated, not born from conviction. And you wonder why Obama called him. Obama saw that shit and was like, oh, you're a snake in the grass. Oh, you're an opportunist. Oh, you're shameless. Oh, you put your finger in the wind and follow it through and through. He said, my boy. He said, this is where his politics unravel. Not just at the edges, but at the core. His language mimics revolution, yet his position safeguards the empire. What good is a Muslim face in office if that face will not call out the mechanisms killing Muslims abroad? What worth is a brown name if it can't say Zionism is the problem out loud? In the city that funds, shelters, and justifies it. God, he's fucking right. What is it? Second to the Zionist entity? Second to the Zionist entity. How many Zionist synagogues? And again, I ask, name me one major Jewish institution that is anti-Zionist, not Zionist critical, not Zionist curious, but anti-Zionist. Name me one, just one. It doesn't exist. It doesn't fucking exist. But in New York, they're over here selling off Palestinian land. And even Mamdani, he came out and denounced one of the protests against that. I had forgotten about that until right now. Let's see if I can find it real quick. Yeah, 1 day ago. Was this it? Oh, this is way recent. I think it was this one. Bro, I'm not subscribing to your shit, dog. Does anyone remember that? Because I don't think it was the most recent one. God damn, what is happening, bro? Jesus. Death threats? Yeah, fucking right, bro. No thanks, bro. Oh, this turned out to be another fucking hoax, right? After protests outside of Manhattan synagogue, Mamdani says Israel immigration event misuse sacred space.
I'm afraid of like
okay, maybe I'm
talking
wrong.
to people who are.
But again,
outside
look
of
at
my
the
race.
look at the source. Let's see what he actually said. What's the fool? Okay, yeah, the mayor-elect has discouraged the language used at last night's protest and will continue to do so. He went on. He believes every New Yorker should be free to enter a house of worship without intimidation, and that these sacred spaces should not be used to promote activities in violation of international law. So they were literally selling off, auctioning Palestinian land. And he's still over here saying, yeah, they shouldn't do that, but the protesters need to watch their language. Fuck out of here. Oh, god damn. Y'all gotta warn me, bro. God damn. Okay, all right, we're back. God damn it. All right, I'm fucking awake. Wow. You know what? It might be true about what they say about atheists and foxholes, because goddamn. And again, I gotta reread this part here. I gotta reread this one. What good is a Muslim face in office if that face will not call out the mechanisms killing Muslims abroad? What worth is a brown name if it can't say Zionism is a problem out loud in the city that funds, shelters, and justifies it? Damn. Here's the truth. No one wants to say, wow, the confetti still falls. The rise of a Muslim settler of color to mayor in a settler colonial state isn't a win for the oppressed. No wonder that shit's bold. It's a triumph for the liberal machine that knows exactly how to package power in acceptable skins. I'm thinking video games, like an acceptable skins, like update the fucking skins. You know what I mean? Man. I mean, the game stays the same, but the character skin changes, you know? It makes you feel like you're playing a new fucking game. It makes you feel like things have changed and rearranged when they haven't. The aesthetics are the only difference. The combos are the fucking same. The winners and losers remain the fucking same. But the aesthetics, oh, we fucking love the aesthetics. Where are we at? Mamdani didn't defy the system. He is what the system builds when it feels threatened. God. Yo, I need to talk to this fool, bro. Shitty Macho, you got the connect. No, just kidding. I'm kidding. Wow. Mamdani didn't define the system. He is what the system builds. Builds. It's that part. Oh my God. Yes. When it feels threatened, a controlled burn, a release valve, a politician who can channel anger without threatening order, someone who gestures towards liberation while kneeling to the structures that make liberation necessary. God damn, that's good. One more time, chat. I'm sorry. One more fucking time. Mamdani didn't defy the system. He is what the system builds when it feels threatened. A controlled burn. A release valve. Okay, hold on. What is the purpose of a controlled burn? To prevent a fucking chaotic, uncontrolled rage of a forest fucking fire. To prevent a natural process of destruction and rebirth, you preempt that shit. Jeez. A controlled burn. A release valve. Get that pressure out of here, they said. Get that fucking pressure out of that. Let me throw this. Let me see here. Man. The release valve, because it was getting too fucking hot. The pressure was kicking up. A politician who can channel anger without threatening order. Redirecting that shit to the fucking voting booth for the Democratic Party. Someone who gestures towards liberation while kneeling. What was he doing for the NYPD? What was Mamdani doing for the NYPD that he called racist and misogynist? What was he doing? Kneeling on Fox fucking News. God damn. Gesturing towards liberation while kneeling to the structures that make liberation necessary. He isn't the first. Obama was a prototype. A man who once walked alongside Edward Said, who spoke of hope, who quoted Baldwin, then went on to bomb weddings, expand surveillance, and uphold every border that caged the people he once claimed to come from. Mamdani's arc follows that line. It is the blueprint, and that blueprint is increasingly effective. The new order no longer relies on silence, but on aesthetic resistance. The amount of times I've been wanting to rename this goddamn channel Aesthetic Resistance. Aesthetic, are you fucking kidding me? I couldn't come up with that? Of course I couldn't. Goddamn, look at that. Low key, hey, I need to hit this flow because I'm like, hey, if I start just a podcast, can I steal that? Can I cop that shit? Because aesthetic resistance is fucking a fucking 5-star meal right there. I can't even express how jealous I am of that. And I'm sure it's probably been said, but like in the way he's flowing right here, god damn. The new order no longer relies on silence, but on aesthetic resistance. People of color who quote Malcolm but shudder at the idea of armed resistance. Muslims who call for a ceasefire while condemning the very resistance that forces negotiations onto the table. Brown faces on blue banners. Brown faces on blue fucking banners. With a fucking orange outline. Wow. This might, okay, there's a lot of great shit, but this is getting up there with maybe one of my favorite bar articles. Wow. I'm going to print this shit out and post it. Post it on the local bulletin board. Blue faces, well, shit, we're blue. Brown faces on blue banners. Faith emptied of fire and identity retooled as insulation. What we're all calling representation is actually absorption. Mamdani's campaign leaned heavily on the identity. Muslim, South Asian, immigrant. Each carries the weight of history, displacement, and diaspora. In his hands, they became aesthetics, not politics. It's not the presence of culture that was the problem. It's the absence of confrontation. This was identity without struggle, Muslimness without militancy, tradition without... Y'all gotta help me out with this one. Tawheed? Oh, man. It is a religion's central and single most important concept upon which a Muslim's entire religion adherence rests. It unequivocally holds that God is indivisible, one and single. Tawheed constitutes the foremost article of the Muslim profession of submission, which I struggle with for sure. Literally translate to unit or to make one. It is oneness with God, and that is fucking beautiful. And look. I don't know how this operates. I really don't. I can't tell you. I can't tell you how this works. I'm just me. We were unable to read this article last week. And we're reading it now. Tawheed. Okay. And it's hard to just wrap everything up to coincidence. It really is. It really is difficult to wrap everything up to coincidence. I mean, we're just talking about the beginning of the stream about just the influence of Islam, and going over some of what Imam Jamil Al-Amim was quoting from the Quran and referencing towards. And this is how we're wrapping up. Wow. Okay. Sorry, I'm not trying to, by the way, I'm not trying to like big up myself or say like, I'm just kind of like, wow, like just. Wow. Yeah, guess 6025 Obama, who admitted to only reading radical theory to try and get some. Yep, literally that. David Barnes over here. Look, anyone and everyone can show me love. It's just I am unable to submit to a higher being, to a higher purpose, to a higher, not purpose, a higher like power. It's not in me. It's not programmed in me. Or maybe I've denied my programming. I don't know what to tell you. I respect it. I love and admire those individuals who carry, their religious text to its utmost. I believe that people uplift these texts, not the other way around. So that kind of ruins a lot of things for me. The timing made it worse. While his campaign gained traction, Gaza was being eviscerated. While voters in New York debated his policies, children were being pulled from the rubble. As he spoke about rent control and childcare, fighters in South Lebanon were labeled terrorists by the same state whose approval he sought. if you don't have an international approach to this, you're fucked, bro. And yet, not a word in defense of those fighters. No word for the resistance, not a word in honor of the martyrs. He didn't need to. He was already being positioned as the good Muslim, the one who speaks softly while the Ummah cries out. The one who rises through respectability while others fall in resistance. That one. God damn. You know what? And I mean this in a complete, in the most respectful way I can. Tell me that line doesn't remind you of Nirvana. Because he's the one. What is it? Who likes to sing along, but he knows not what it means? That line right there reminds you of Nirvana. Wow. The one who rises through respectability while others fall in resistance. Fuck. Man. And this matters more because he's Shia. Or claims to be. Is that am I saying that right? It's not Shia, right? Or I'm totally butchering this. I'm sorry. I'm just being ignorant. Yeah, Shia. Oh, but it's that's how the actual spelling goes. That's cool. And oh wow. Okay. Oof. Okay, this is getting into the inner community, interfaith. All right. Wow. Definitely have not heard this, and I'm sure it's around, but I have not heard this angle of criticism. This is deep shit. Wow. Okay. Oh shit. And this matters, Mo. Sorry. That's so funny that I said Mo because in my head I have a home. Okay. I'm not gonna get this right. Sorry. And this matters more because he is Shia or claims to be. There is a deep tradition within Shia thought, one that does not bow, one that remembers Karbala, one that stands with the oppressed, even if you are slaughtered for that faith, man. If any faith is going to pull me over, damn. One that stands with the oppressed, even if you are slaughtered for it. A tradition that still breathes through the bodies of resistance fighters across Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, and Yemen. And like a lot, there's a lot of playful jokes about like the good PR that Muslims are receiving with the whole calling churches and then calling mosque. And it's so fucking beautiful. So fucking beautiful. For people to live up and uplift the highest of ideals of their religion. And this is what I was saying before, like when you meet a good Christian, and it's rare, you're like, damn, I wish all of you were like this. But yeah, the Muslim community fucking the scoreboard does not fucking lie. But Zorhan Mamdani, the Shia mayoral candidate, did not invoke or embody that tradition. He became instead its antithesis, a Shia face used to neutralize Shia resistance. A brown man is elevated precisely because he would not do what other brown men are being killed for doing. There are some accurate and some I perceive as disrespectful ways of calling someone a fucking coward. And there are some fucking ways to call people cowards that is just wow. What does it mean when the West props up a Shia politician at the exact moment it is bombing Shia fighters? What does it mean when the only Muslims allowed into power are those who do not disrupt it? What does it mean when the language of representation is deployed to undermine the global resistance to empire? This is why we must be careful, because when we start confusing presence with power and identity with impact, it is right. We lose the plot. Mamdani's win matters, yes, but not in the way people think. It does not show a system evolving. It does not show a system evolving. It does not show a system evolving. It shows a system adapting. One that has learned to speak the language of the left, to quote the prophets of justice. Mamdani's acceptance speech. Holy shit, man. To quote the prophets of justice, to nod at resistance while sterilizing it. I don't want this article to end. Wow. And people fall for it because it feels good. It feels like progress. But if you listen closely, if you strip away the applause and see who still holds the guns, the drones, the aid money, and the power to erase, you will understand. This is not a new story. It is the same one with new actors, new posters, and a new hashtag. This is not the victory people imagine. It is not a blow to imperialism. It is its latest disguise. One that looks like you, sounds like you, speaks your language, sings your music, yet serves your enemy. Real resistance is never elected in the belly of the empire. It is smeared, silenced, bombed, starved, and dehumanized. Fuck. Resistance does not become mayor. It does not govern or seek power. It dismantles, it seeks justice, it speaks liberation, not just ceasefire. Zohran Mamdani is the mirror empire holds up to show how much it has learned. Fuck, he's mocking us. It's mocking us. It is laughing in our fucking faces. Zohran Mamdani is the mirror empire holds up to show how much it has learned. How far it can move without changing at all. And if we celebrate that, then the loss is already ours. Not because he won, but because we mistook his victory for our own. I had to stutter there at the end, but goddamn. God fucking damn. Excuse me. Sorry. God, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. That's inappropriate in the context of this article. And yeah, man. This is this is, to me, this is like hearing a song that just sounds like and the lyrics speak to exactly how you've been feeling. This is gonna be an article that I'm gonna like turn back to and just reread and I you know, man, I'm busting a Sam Cedar. I was just choking up because it's like it's so fucking tragic. Ah, man. Wow. just completely blown away. Just complete. Wow. I can't add anything to this. It's just so fucking heartbreakingly accurate. And again, the angle, the Shia angle, brutal. I'm definitely sending this to a couple people that I know. Wow. There was moments that had me struggling because it's like, yeah, man, that Shia angle allowed me to view it in a sense that I hadn't even conceptualized. Because when you're outside of that community, when you're outside of the faith, you don't realize how sacrilege Mamdani is. And that's like a big aspect of it that I didn't realize, like how absolutely what a disgusting individual he is through and through. It's one thing to be a political opportunist, but that spiritual, it is another level. I tell people, like, look, if you believe in it, if this is your faith, then you do have a responsibility to live by it. If you believe this is the word of a higher being, of God, then there you go. You got your blueprint. I'm over here lost in the wilderness trying to figure it out. Trying to be a good person for goodness sake, or whatever Santa Claus says. But there's a blueprint. And man, to deny it, to disparage it like that. So grateful for this article. So grateful for, and my apologies if I'm butchering your name here, Marwa Yusuf K. Thank you so much. I really can't express how grateful I am for this article. Thank you for writing it. Thank you for publishing it. Thank you for all this, man. Again, Black Agenda Report is unmatched, unbeaten. Wow. I hope that all of you were as blown away by this article as I was, because like it's a little bit of euphoria in the sense of like, not only did you like speak to me in what I've been saying, right? But you took it to a level that I wasn't even thinking about. And I'm so grateful for that. Sulk Fiction, Marwa is a mutual. Hope I can get Carlos' attention. He mentioned wanting to connect with her. Yeah, wow. I would just an hour of me saying you're the fucking best. Yeah, wow. An hour of me saying thank you. I don't know. And I would, always respectful and tread lightly in the sense of like, I'm an atheist, but I recognize the significance and impact and value. I mean, when Norm Finkelstein, wow, I would wonder what if she would be, I mean, if she's ever seen that clip of Norm Finkelstein. You know what I mean? Like, just wow. Okay, yeah, that would be interesting. I'm definitely gonna start looking up more of their pieces, because that was fucking emotional day over here, y'all. I think this will kind of really capture why this is so necessary, and why we need to reject, deny, and struggle struggle against the white supremacist left, because of creatures like Cal Kalinske, who, let me make sure I have this lined up. Yeah, it's right here. Let me share this, because this is what they're doing. So he posts a photo, and again, these are propagandists. Follow Vox Uma. I'm assuming on Twitter. Oh, that's funny. Let me see here. Thank y'all for being here, your patience. If you go ahead and hit the like button for me, that helps the channel out. Hit the notification bell if you want to know when I go live. I'm just trying to find this account. Sorry. Uma? Damn, I keep spelling it. What the fuck? Source for global news. All right, follow them. Thank you so much. Yeah, so Kyle Kalinske, a propagandist for the Democratic Party, the so-called left wing of the Democratic Party. Very intelligent, very smart, supposed is. Are you affirming that you think Trump is a fascist? Mamdani, I've spoken about, and then even in the photos, it's embarrassing. That's okay. You can just say yes. Okay, yes. This is not what happened. This is not what happened. This is what actually happened. And I clipped it. You know, I can pull up the whole thing, but it's doesn't matter. This is it. This is the photo that he has here.
Okay. That's easier. It's easier. Okay. That's easier.
So let me see. Let me see here. I didn't realize how short it was, and I don't want to be accused of any shenanigans. Let's see here. Let's see if there's a video. Okay, yeah, this is 24 seconds. That should be more than enough time. Look at this.
Clarify your answer to Stephen Nelson. He asked about your comment calling the president a fascist. And your answer was, both President Trump and I have been clear about our positions and our views. Are you affirming that you think President Trump is a fascist?
I've spoken about...
That's okay. You can just say yes.
Okay.
Okay. That's easier. It's easier than explaining it. I don't mind.
He's about to start licking boots. He's about to start making excuses like he did for the NYPD. He's about to do the same fucking bullshit he did on Fox News. Walking back, distancing himself from the Intifada, globalized Intifada, walking back his accurate assessment of the NYPD being racist, misogynist, being a threat. He was about to start doing that thing. Oh, the president and I have spoken about our differences. And he was about to start doing that. And Trump's like, eh. He's like, good boy, settle down. You know, the dog starts performing its tricks. He's like, yeah, it's all right. You go ahead, bark. And what does Mamdani do?
Affirming that you think President Trump is a fascist?
I've spoken about...
That's okay. You can just say yes.
Okay.
He says, okay. Yes, sir. Okay, yes, sir. And they say, yes, he's a fascist. Does he say, okay, I got permission? It's cool. He's a fascist. He's a fucking fascist. Yes. Does he do that? Look at this fucking whimper. Look at this goddamn fucking pathetic whimper. This is what liberals are fucking celebrating.
Okay. That's easier.
The first is that, yeah.
It's easier.
Yeah, okay, yeah. This is what they're fucking celebrating. A fucking whimper. A whimper. They're celebrating a fucking whimper. Yeah. Okay, Trump. Yeah. This is why there's a lot of reasons why they're scared of us. Because we're a little too loud. We say shit with our chest a little too much. But Mamdani's well trained. He's trained better than Hassan's dog. And he knows when you're allowed to bark, you can't get overzealous. Just a little bark, just a little yelp, just a little one. But he couldn't say that shit. He couldn't fucking say that shit. And so you have all these fucking white supremacists. And look, if you think that I'm fucking exaggerating here, well, Kyle Kalinske being a white supremacist. So this is what I put. Here's what actually happened. A whimpering quiver of a fascist collaborator. Trump saved Mamdani from licking his boots like he did on Fox News for the NYPD.
Okay. That's easier. It's easier. Okay. That's easier. It's easier. Okay.
But here, it's made seem like he says, okay, yes. And always smiling, always fucking smiling. Always fucking smiling. Where's this racist ass post? Did he take it down like a fucking coward? Look at this shit. Of course he didn't, because there's no accountability for these fucking people. Look, I've always said, ask a reactionary Indian what caste he belongs to. Get personal, who gives a fuck? Are there a lot of Indians that are aligning with the Zionist entity? Sure, there are. But there's also been a whole lot of fucking communist organizing in India for the peasantry. It is the racist caricatures that Cal Kalinske, and hey, make no mistakes, there's 3 fucking K's in his name for a fucking reason. There's 3 fucking K's in his name for a fucking reason. Cal Kalinske, KKK, spreading these fucking 4chan style fucking memes. Man. And these are fucking allies? These are people that we should be aligning with? The fuck out of here. Man. I appreciate y'all. Truly, thank you for dealing with me today. Still up in the air about tomorrow's stream. What I used to do before was I used to fast for Thanksgiving to be edgy and cool. No, not really, because I was like, well, if the spirit is to be grateful, what makes you more grateful than fasting, you know? So that's why. If everybody's promoting overconsumption to the point of being in a coma, you know, a food coma, then let me do the opposite, you know? And I used to do that. And then I stopped because I'm like, why am I even recognizing it as any other day different than any other, what is it, Thursday, every Thursday? Every Thursday of the week. So the Raxes, of course, we all know politicians are bought and paid for, so we have no love for those money dogs. The most fun thing is that electoralists also complained that he bowed to King Shitter. What did they expect was going to happen? I haven't seen any electoralists complain about that. All the electoralists are celebrating that he showed Trump up. But yeah. Yeah, I used to fast too, but then I'm like, why am I even dignifying this day with a fucking acknowledgement? Well, Cal Kalinske is a fucking racist. The white supremacist left is very much alive and kicking. I'm gonna grab lunch and get back to the Grand Platinum video. Really trying to get that out. I appreciate y'all, all the support on Patreon, super chats. Thank you so much. Just subscribing and getting busy on the chat. Love to see it. Thank you so much. The Twitch chat, lonely, but it's there. Appreciate it. When here's AD saying, when you post the VOD on YouTube, I'll be sharing it with comrades. It's nice to find someone who saw through the bullshit. Appreciate you. Yeah, everything stays up on Deculturation Live. If you haven't already, please go ahead and subscribe to Deculturation Live. We're trying to get that to 1,000 subscribers at least. We are halfway there. We are halfway there. But not quite, Appreciate you. Let me see here. We're at 5:53. I'll drop the link in the chat. Subscribe to it if you want to catch up. You know what I'm gonna start doing is I guess pulling down the live streams from the main channel sooner to encourage people to head over there. And it'll encourage me too, as the channel grows, to put more time into editing. So like I edited, this is my first edit video. You know, I cut down that long ass stream last week with Conscious Lee. I need to replace the thumbnail. It was a 5-hour stream and I cut it down to, what is it? 1 hour and 14. But that took time. That took some time. I didn't realize how much dead air there was. My apologies there. I'll get better at it. But hey, yes. Again, our condolences to his family. And all the love and appreciation for all the work that he's done. We're pushing forward, you know, revolutionary movements. To Imam. Again, thank you for dealing with my emotional state. To Imam, Jamil, Al-Amim. thank you for everything that you've done for us, truly. Thank you for helping us understand the opportunists like Zoran Mamdani. Appreciate y'all. Like John Trudell says, sometimes it pays to be paranoid. Like Glenn Ford said, organize with eyes wide open. Ya estuvo.